race fans, and welcome to your coverage of the IVRA Club Cup and Endurance Series here from Oulton Park, and what will later, of course, be the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya here on Race Spot TV. My name is Repo. Ryan Walker joins me up in the commentary box with Ryan Bauer, operator of the camera behind. Operating down behind the cameras for tonight's race. So it is Oulton Park International. You were probably expecting the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya. That, of course, will be coming a little bit later on in tonight's presentation. But for now, we get set to go racing here from Oulton Park International for the support race for this weekend, the IVRA Club Cup. We get set to lock out the fall season here, second to last round. One more at the Virginia International Raceway in just a couple weeks' time, which will be running, of course, when the ClubSport Series makes their outing here, Ryan. And with all of this said and done, it's time to get this championship battle heated up. If drivers want to have a good position going into VIR, this is the race to get it done.
Yeah, absolutely. As the pre-qualifying race is one of those races that I think it's going to be absolutely vital, especially around this track, because there's not many passing opportunities. Trying to make a move is going to be difficult, and I think the only real chance of getting by a driver in front of you is possibly having a good pre-qualifying race and getting the track position for race one.
The big story coming into today is, of course, M-Class leader Rachel Williams for Shipski Racing. You can see 100 points back to Nick Martin in his 9.62 Boomer entry. But the story for today is, of course, Rachel Williams not present in today's race. In fact, taking the time to sit out and take a visit on over to the Petit Le Mans over at Road Atlanta at the moment. So that goes to show just how crucial of a championship battle it could be for Nick Martin to get a good points outing here tonight from the Oulton Park International Racing Circuit. Nick Martin, of course, is going to be looking to do everything he can, I'd imagine, to punch his ticket through and potentially see if he can score himself a couple of race wins in the AM class later on today. So qualifying is presently underway. Just under 2 minutes remaining. We'll lock thing out for the qualifying race. After which, of course, you have your two main points races with some reversed grids, which should make it for a rather interesting start so far to this overall race. I mean, it's a bit unpredictable, isn't it, with these reverse grids being thrown into the mix? You never quite know what you're going to get in these types of races, and you see Brendan Hawken and Marcelo Pagnan currently running the track, and these are two drivers, right, Ryan, that have proven time and time again that they are able to definitely get it done with the CRC Movano cars. I have a feeling they'll be looking for a good points outing here today as well.
They absolutely will, and as you see at the moment in qualifying, they're working together, slipstreaming each other. But yeah, these two guys have pretty much been the drivers to beat this season, and Brandon Hawken he's one of those drivers that's impressed with this season so far. Even starting at the back of the grid, he's able to get through the rear of the field and get up to the front and win races this season. And yep, I think he's don't be surprised if you see him do the same yet again here around here today, but I think it'll be a lot more difficult due to the tight nature of the track.
Could agree with you more on that one. It'll be a tight run throughout this one, of course, without the Britain's chicane here for this layout of Oulton Park. Actually could make it a bit of an interesting run, especially with the long draft run all the way up to the Hislop chicane. But for now, qualifying is complete. Let's take a rundown of your qualified order here from race number one. It's Brandon Hawken and Marcelo Pagnan, two SRC Movado course cars up there to lock out the front row. Shipski Racing's Dave Chapman brings it up in third place with Jorge Correa down in fourth. Linus Tech now starts in fifth place with Theo Herman down in sixth. Simon Erpelding rounds out seventh place with Julien Blamont in eighth. Niels Pine is in ninth place with Tom Stanley down in 10th. Hans Polmans is 11th with Simon Esches in 12th. And rounding out the grid is going to be Eric Intilly and Nick Martin for this 14-car grid here from Oulton Park. So as the drivers start to line on up here, Ryan, and we get set to get this 10-minute qualifying race underway, what do you think some of the things to look out for are going to be here today from Oulton Park?
I think the main thing for this track is just going to be about having patience and just taking an opportunity if someone makes a mistake and trying to make a move. But I think some of these drivers, I think they'll be a little bit more, I wouldn't say cautious, just a little bit more careful and just being wary where to make moves. But I think around here your best passing opportunities is going to be down into turn one into Old Hall Corner, or even heading down to Island Bend, or even that back a back straight run up to the Hislop chicanes, turn 7, turn 8 and turn 9. But yeah, I think this pre-qualifying race is going to be a good one to watch.
Lodge Corner is obviously going to be one thing to watch out for as well. Don't forget in the HyperX GT Sprint Series race that we saw here just 1 week ago, we saw many an overtake up into that corner, and of course this is the same layout that is being used in that HyperX GT race, so we are leaving out the Britain's chicane out of the Shell Oils corner, which will make it a very long draft run all the way up to the Hislop chicane. So with 14 miles as a draft being oh so important to these machines, it would definitely not surprise me if we were to see a bit of carnage coming on over into the first couple of corners. So everybody has geared up, just waiting on the iRacing safety car to lead them off and away. So many famous corner names here, and what a history this track has, right? And it's of course famed for club racing such as this. I have a feeling we could be in for a very good race here tonight as the pace car leads them off 2 corners to green.
Yeah, absolutely. Not just famous for club racing, but also hosts the British Touring Car Championship in real life. Which around here it's always been chaotic, but great racing at the same time. But as they come up to the final corner, and soon will be underway. And the 2 teammates up at the front, Hawken and Pagnan, with Dave Chapman, the usual protagonist, in third place. And just about to get underway in a few moments' time.
So coming around through the final corner, we thank everybody for joining us here today for RaceSpot TV for your coverage of the IVRA Club Cup and later on the IVRA Endurance Series. Pace car pulls off. Brandon Hawken holding the race start here until they get to that restart zone. As they enter the starting grid, it is go, go, go. Green flag waves. We're underway for the IVRA Club Cup qualifying race, and Hawken gets away well. Pagna, not a good story for himself. Side by side with Dave Chapman through turn 1. They managed to get themselves single filed out on corner exit. Hands up for Jorge Correa, lost out on 4th place, trying to get it back from Linus Tech now up into turn 2. That pass doesn't go anywhere though, so it's single file first on back to about the 9th position where they do battle for 10th.
Yep, it looks like everyone's had a clean lap so far, and Brandon Hawken taking the advantage into the lead as riding on board with Simon Esses at the moment, heading through Highland Bend, and it looks like he's under attack from a few cars behind him as well, trying to hold him off, and coming around this long cambered hairpin onto this back straight run and heading up to the chicane. Don't be surprised if you see people trying to make moves possibly on lap 1, but Dave Chapman's had a good start as well, 3rd place, riding on board with him, and Marcelo Pagnan in front of him just going slightly defensive.
And that's going to be a good defensive line. He's going to take all the way through the Hislop chicane. His teammate Brandon Hawken sliding it out just in front of him as Hawken gets set to stretch his legs up there for the race lead. Chapman still trying to hound the SRC Movano duo that currently lead the way up the hill and under the Advent pedestrian bridge. And as they exit Water Tower and fly through Druids Corner, this is one of those very crucial corners to get a good run up, because it could give you a good position to attack from up to the Lodge Corner. The, of course, very important final corner, and it's a good enough run for Chapman to cause Pagnan to go defensive down the straightaway. And as they go hard on the brakes, it will be Brandon Hawken who will be leading the opening lap here from Oulton Park. And you still see looking to scrap further behind the Jorge Correa under fire, it would look like Mateo Herman. You see Chapman trying to put one of the Movano drivers under pressure. Pagnan gonna have to be deeper on the brakes and hold that inside line. He's gonna do so nicely. Both drivers off the track, way off the track. Look out, Dave Chapman sliding all over the place, trying to keep it together.
Oh, Chapman, he got really sideways there, and he just done just about enough to hold the car, and I think he tried to do a bit of a switchback from Pagnan, but it was hold back at the race spot replay. As they head down to turn 1, and it's not just Chapman that blows the turn 1, it looks like there's a few cars behind him as well blow it as well, so maybe some drivers just being distracted ever so slightly as Chapman runs wide ever so slightly, and everyone behind slightly goes off, but Chapman with a great save.
Did a great job there, owing to lose that one spot, right? I mean, Linus Tech now was the only driver that managed to stay through, and Jorge Correa kind of got checked up just in behind him, so it was a great job for him to save that car. And speaking of the battle for 5th and 6th place, I can see Herman maybe making a look up the inside of Jorge Correa up into the Hislop chicane. Oh, trouble! Oh, it's a big mess up into the chicane, and it's a pile up. You can see guys at Correa dropping down the timing order. It's all falling apart over at the Hislop chicane as they enter through there for the 2nd time today. Not at all the start that they were hoping to see throughout this race. I see Julian Blamon has got a lot of damage. All of this happened right at the apex here, Ryan, as we'll take a look at the race spot replay up and over the hairpin. It was a bit of an opportunistic move for one of these drivers, and unfortunately there was just no place for that move to be made.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Herman was doing there, and Carrera and Herman get caught up, and unfortunately another car behind just had nowhere to go but into the back. And as the battle for the lead's going on, and the two teammates going at it, and it looks like a change to the leads happened just before heading down to turn 1, so Marcelo Pagnan into the lead.
So Brandon Hawkins losing out on the race lead to his SRS Movado teammate. Kind of blew the final corner at the Lodge corner, which allowed for Pagnan to get the run and take the race lead. And Hawkins decided not to fight that one out. So as Dave Chapman gets set to potentially mount the charge from behind them, of course, the 444 Shipski Racing Machine still has got some time to try to close on up, potentially steal a race win, but it'll be a tough ask for the two SSC Movado teammates up in front. He's also under fire for Linus Tech now, down for 4th place, just behind them. So with all that mess that happened behind them in the battle for 5th and 6th, it is a 4-car breakaway up in front.
Yeah, absolutely. The top 4 managing to break away now, and after the mayhem behind, and actually the two teammates as well actually pulling away ever so slightly, and maybe working together to try and pull away as well. So not fighting each other too much at the moment. And like I say, this pre-qualifying race is the only thing that really matters is getting the track position for race 1, especially around this track. But at the moment, it's I don't want to jinx it, but it's calmed down ever so slightly.
And just 5 minutes remaining here in this qualifying race here, which will of course set the grid for race number 1, the actual first points race later on today. So we get to see how this whole battle could shake up, and you can see that Dave Chapman is trying to close on up, and he is doing so nicely, right? Closing in ever so slightly up to the back end of course, the 98 machine of Brandon Hawkins. Maybe fancy a look here into turn 1 as we enter lap 4 of this 10-minute qualifying race. Not close enough that time, but I think he probably could have made the move if he really wanted to, but opted to kind of back out instead. I think he might be trying to set him up maybe either toward turn 2 or the Shell Oils corner. Is he looking for the inside? Oh, but clips the grass on entry and has the rest of that car back under control down the straightaway.
Yeah, I thought he was going to lose it there, but he managed to keep control, and the two teammates bumped drafting each other ever so slightly. But Marcel Pagnan touched the grass ever so slightly again. It just manages to get away with it as Hawkins goes defensive on the inside to stop Chapman making a move. But this is fantastic racing between the top 4, and Linus Techno is just behind these guys watching what they're up to. If either of these top 3 cars in front of him have any issues, he could take advantage of that.
And now Chapman alongside with Brandon Hawkins in a drag race down his slab chicane. This will be battle of the late breakers, and it looks like Hawkins will yield first. Dave Chapman splits the Movado drivers up in a 2nd place now, still trying to run down Marcelo Pagnan for the race lead. Still has the potential of getting a race win here. Estimated 2 laps on the clock with 3 minutes left to go. And Pagnan is going to be under some heavy fire here from Dave Chapman, who has been looking to go on the charge for the start of this race. He started all the way up here in 3rd place, just now picked up 2nd place for his first net gain spot on the day, and he has got Pagnan in his sights. Can he have a run into the Lodge corner? Hawkins looking like he might want to go for it. Chapman defends though, not enough to go for the position, but enough that he can at least keep Hawkins behind him.
Yeah, absolutely. Hawkins loses the position and falls back, but I think he's not really. I don't think he's too bothered about losing a position in this race. I think he's more maybe just happy to sit where he is at the moment. But Hawkins up into 2nd and trying to close down that gap to Pagnan now. But yeah, it's been a great race nevertheless between these top 4 cars, and it's maybe not a big turnout, but the race has been great nevertheless.
I mentioned before this broadcast that it's hard to go wrong with these Mazdas, right? And they can just provide so much good racing, even if you only got like 3 or 4 cars in the train. And we're definitely seeing that here today. Just nothing between these drivers. So Marcelo Pagnan, can he defend against Chapman? Fancy the look of the inside of Shell Oils. Nothing doing there as they exit through the banked hairpin and out through the, well, what would have been the British chicane, but of course we straight lined that here in this layout. Chapman is close enough to have a look up into the Hislop chicane, looking for the outside line. And once again, it's going to be a game of chicken. Rubbing doors as they enter the braking zone, and Dave Chapman pulls ahead. Oh, gets into the grass, and Panda trying to fight back now around the outside line. The 75 car still holds the bottom. Here comes Hawken. Does he fancy to make it 3 wide for the race lead? He does not, but is going to give the bump trap to his teammate. Up and over the hill we go. Through Clay Hill, through Water Tower, up through Druids. It's still nobody's willing to back out of this one as they start or close in to start the final lap of the race in just a moment here. And it's still neck and neck here, Ryan. Now Hawk is going to make it 3 wide for the race lead. This cannot end well. Up into the launch hairpin, the final corner of the circuit. Hawk is through the race lead. Traffic gets bustled out wide, and Panda's going to have major damage as well as his mirror gets knocked off.
Oh, that was absolutely nuts. I had a feeling that 3 wide was never going to work, but credit to those guys for giving it a go. And the beneficiary out of that was Brandon Hawken from 3rd into the lead as he headed into the final lap. But as you look back at the replay, 3 wide heading down to the final corner, and that was just no. I'm not sure how to describe that.
And it was just that bit of a contact, and Pagden and Chapman could not get off of each other. The battle is not over, though. This is a loud Linus 10 now up in the second place, and look at how close he is to the back of Brandon Hawken. The potential for the 13 car to go for the lead is still very much there. This is the final lap now of this qualifying race. So Linus 10 now is going to be trying to pull out all the stops in the back pocket of that number 13 Mazda. Has the drafting run all the way up the hill, over through Britons, and what will be down into the Hislops chicane. Can he look around the outside line of Brandon Hawken? He does, trying to have a go here for the race lead. Hawken breaks earlier. Tech now lunges around the outside line, but he's off the track now. Comes back on, and Hawken has to be muscled down. They make contact for the lead, and Hawken is going to hold on for the time being, but it's not over yet. Linus Tech now with the run as they exit through Knickerbrook and now up the hill, through Clay Hill, and underneath by the Water Tower. Tech now pulls ahead before they can hit Druid's corner. You can see Brandon Hawken stuck on the inside line, trying to hold on to whatever momentum he can. Linus Tech now desperately trying to hold on. Now he has to go defensive up to launch. Can Hawken take it back for the race lead? This is just for a qualifying race, let alone the race proper. Oh my God, and Hawken gets shoved out wide. Chapman's through, Pagnon is through, and Linus Tech now will win the qualifying race here for Wolfton Park.
Oh, what a final lap! I thought Hawken had that win in the bag, but credit to Linus Techno for not giving up and taking the win in that race. That was just fantastic racing between those guys.
With all this said and done, how about we take a look at the results for qualifying. Tech now takes the race lead. Dave Chapman is in second. Pagnon is third. Hawken fourth. Pine fifth. Simon Eschus in sixth. Tom Stanley in seventh. Taylor Herman in eighth. Hans Pullman in ninth. Jorge Correa down in 10th place, and that of course will leave guys like Simon Erpolding, Eric Intilly, Nick Martin, and Julian Blamont 3 laps down in 14th. Now of course with the reverse grid, that of course means that it is Jorge Correa up on pole position as the top 10 are inverted. Hans Pullman's will start second with Mateo Herman in third, Tom Stanley fourth, Simon Eschus in fifth, Pine sixth. Brandon Hawken could have started in 10th. This is actually good news for him, though. He'll start in 7th place now. Less work for him to do, along with Marcelo Pagnon beside him in 8th place on row number 4. Dave Chapman and Linus Tech now 1-2 in the qualifying race. They're starting 9th and 10th. Simon Erpolding in 11th. Eric Intilly down in 12th. Leaving Nick Martin and Julian Blamont 13th and 14th on the grid. So an absolute storm of a qualifying race, and now we get set to do it for 30 more minutes here for race number 1 before we get set for race number 2. Lined up behind the safety car, ready to go.
Yep, absolutely, and yeah, hopefully we get more of the same like we had in the pre-qualifying race, and still trying to catch my breath after that final lap. There was so much going on, but with the reverse grid races like we've seen in previous races so far this season, they always seem to throw up a bit of a spanner in the works, and I think this race will be no exception.
Of course, if you are just joining us, welcome to your coverage of the IVRA Club Cup. We understand you're here for the endurance racing. That will be coming up later on after the Club Cup concludes. This is, of course, the support race frequently being run in these club sport and endurance racing events, typically right before the race starts. So that is why we are in Ultimate Park for the time being. We'll be swinging over the 1,000 kilometers of Barcelona in just, about an hour's time, I would say, once this Club Cup broadcast wraps itself on up. We get set to go racing now for Club Cup race number 1. 30 minutes about to get underway. Pace car going to pull down to pit road, and that leaves it up to Jorge Correa, the 29 car, who will start this race. Once again, leaving it long, and now we get underway here for race number 1 of the IVRA Club Cup around number 4. Correa gets away well. Mateo Herman makes his way up a spot, puts Hans Pullman down to third place already. Here's the switchback, though, driving over second place. One driver spins in the back row. Look out for Simon Esches, sliding out and spinning into the wall in the back row, but doesn't let anybody else, so we keep this one green up in the front of the field. It's still a heads-up battle for second place, but Herman pulls ahead, and this time Pullman can't go for the crossover.
Yeah, I was just unfortunate about the first corner on lap 1, but I think maybe just a bit of a bottleneck effect took place in turn 1, but still it's Carrera still leading from Herman, and Herman, I think he doesn't want to hang around too much, because you know, the likes of Hawken and Pagnan will get through the field quickly, and right on board with Herman at the moment. I think he's got the run on Carrera, but I think Carrera's going to go to the inside and defend possibly as they head down to the chicane. I think Herman might try and throw it up the inside as a bit of a block from Carrera.
Herman giving him a bum draft as well, coming down the hill. So interesting enough, Mateo Herman does not want to go for the spot just yet. Meanwhile, Marcelo Pagnan already up several spots. So is Dave Chapman. Stanley way off and into the grass. He wrestles it back, but that could put him under fire for Dave Chapman of the 444 coming up through Druids. And you're right on board for the back of Tom Stanley. Sure enough, Chapman looking for the inside of Druids. Is he brave enough? That'd be a very bold move to stick one up the inside there in the penultimate corner. Decides against it. And there's still going to be no move up towards Lodge in the battle for the race lead. So we'll stick with this battle right here on board Jorge Correa. And you can see just at the tail end of the field, Chapman makes up a spot as Tom Stanley gets busted out wide in the final corner again. Oh, comes on, nearly takes on Pagnan and Brandon Hawken, but keeps it out of both of them. And Linus Tech now going to make his way past the 961.
Yep, so the usual quick drivers are getting through the field quickly as Tom Stanley gets mustered off wide on the exit turn 1 and slightly nudges the wall.
Yeah, that time definitely did clip the barrier for Tom Stanley. Not at all what he wanted to see. Made contact with the German sim racing machines of Niels Pagnan, looked like right at the apex of turn 1, and took a ride on board here with Tom Stanley. Meanwhile, Simon Erpolding also had a spin down at turn 2. We'll get back to that in just a moment here. You ride on board at the moment with Tom Stanley coming on up through the first corner. There's the German sim racing machine on the inside of Linus Tech now, and there's Niels Pine, and that pushes him out wide, and a bit of a graze with the wall, but could be a lot worse.
Yeah, he managed to get away with it. Well, kind of got away with it, because he lost his wing mirror, just about his left side mirror, I should say. But watching Simon Erpelton, he spins around down to the grass, but manages to get going again.
360 spin, no harm, no foul, and you can see the limited visibility. That is the sun glaring into the car. It's so difficult to properly judge movements. I think it was just a misjudgment for the number 14 machine of, by the way, that I believe that would actually be about Linus Tech now, or Niels Pine. It would be Niels Pine again. So 2 unfortunate incidents involving the German sim racing machine. And now we look up front to this battle here for the race lead on board with Mateo Herman as he gets set to push his way up into the racing potentially from Jorge Correa. And just behind them, you still got a fierce battle for third place. Hans Pullman's trying to hang on against Dave Chapman and Marcelo Pagnan up into the Lodge corner. The 25 car, though, being put under some serious pressure from your pre-qualifying winners.
Yeah, absolutely. And these guys get through the field really quickly, but I thought it would have been a lot more difficult due to the tight nature of the track. But still, these guys are putting on a great show getting through the field. And yeah, Dave Chapman's in 4th place already after starting in 9th place, and it looks like Pullman's is about to lose the position to Dave Chapman possibly, who tries to stick it around the outside.
And he's still there, had a bit of momentum out of that second corner out, of course, from Cascades and through the island bend. Does he stay there? Still going to try to hold it. He's got Marcelo Pagden on his inside, though. You see the battle for the race lead is on as well. Herman goes through. Jorge Correa can't do anything about it. And the lunge up into Shell Oil, so you're right on board for the back of Mateo Herman now. We'll see how aggressive Jorge Correa will be in this bid to try to take the race lead back. This is some thrilling race that we're seeing here. Bit of a nudge from Jorge Correa. No move being made for the lead, though. Mateo Herman is going to stick with this one here down into the Hislop chicane once again. And this time, look at the train of cars that he has got to manage. First on back to 7th place, all under a blanket.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. And I think Herman, he wanted to try and get by as quickly as possible to try and pull away and build. But he's right on board of Linus Techno at the moment in 7th place. He's right behind Brandon Hopkin, who he took the win from in the pre-qualifying race. But still, I think Techno's maybe just happy to hang back a little bit and just let these guys go at it.
And this is on board for Jorge Correa now. It's a bit of a gap into Mateo Herman. This is at the, I guess he calls the true front of the train, back from 2nd on back to about the 6th or 7th place in the field as they cross the line. Already 5 minutes down, 25 to go. You can see Marcelo Pagden looking for the inside of Hans Pullmans. That can't go anywhere, though. Going to try to force the door open in the run down towards Cascades. Could this actually work out for the 75 car? It will. Makes the lunge up the inside. Oh, it's going to be a bit of contact. Deep in the field is going to happen, though. Marcelo Pagden now up in a 4th place. That opened up the door for Brandon Hawken, and he's got a bump trap from Linus Tech now up for the island bend. Is he going to try to make this one work around the outside of the island band? Pullman's trying to hang with that Tech now, trying to maybe find some speed. Pullman's still there for Shell Oils and will hold the inside line for the 98 car, pushing out wide, trying to muscle the 98 car out of the gap, but Brandon Hawkins standing his ground.
He absolutely is, and this is fantastic racing in race 1, and it's why I love these MX5s. It's close racing, and no matter where you look, there's always close racing throughout the field. It looks like we've got a bit of a team at the front, and Correa runs wide.
Jorge Correa off course will effectively be out of this battle now. What happened to Jorge Correa? I have to feel it was a bit of a contact potentially from either Dave Chapman or up from Mateo Herman for the lead. Take a look at this one now on your race spot replay. On board with Jorge Correa. Oh, had to go wide to avoid hitting Mateo Herman up in front. It's a wise move, I would say. Instead of taking out the race later, he bailed out and decided to kind of let that one slip away from him. Recognizes this race is long. He'll have the time to potentially make that spot up later on.
Yeah, I think that was good. That was good heads-up driving from Jorge Correa, and he slightly tapped the rear of Herman as well, but decided to take the runoff and play it safe instead of wiping him out, like you mentioned. But back to life pictures heading into turn 1. It's still Herman leading from Chapman and Pagnan in 3rd place, and I don't think it'll be too long before Chuck. Oh, look at the sun. That sun will be playing havoc with people are maybe using VR in these cars, possibly.
And behind them, you just see Hans Pullman making a run on Brandon Hawk, and battle for the race lead is on as well. Dave Chapman has got the overspeed on Mateo Herman. Delapadna thought about 3 wide, but there's no space for the 75 going to find his nose in there. Oh, has to check a big time to avoid run over Mateo Herman, who tries for the switchback up for the Shell Oils, but Chapman goes defensive. They almost hit again through the apex of the hairpin. Chapman holds the race lead for now. Herman will have the drafting run. Brandon Hawkins still in the battle with Hans Pullman just behind for 4th and 5th place as well. It's all starting to kick off here from Oulton Park. Does Mateo Herman make the look for the race lead, but gives the bump to Dave Chapman instead. Has to kind of back out of this one. Pagden sticks his nose in there. Hawkins and Pullman's going deep into the field just behind them, up into his laps. They single filed out, and just behind them, that's Jorge Correa, Julian Blamont going for a bit of a battle through his laps as well. What a fight, though, we're seeing here in this opening race.
It's absolutely fantastic stuff. It's just so hard to predict who's going to win this first race, but right on board this 6th place man, Linus Techno again, and currently behind the 25 car of Hans Pullman's, and he's got the run. It looks like he's going to make a move into the final corner. Can he get the move done? Can he brake late? And Pullman's brakes later as well at the same time, and I think there's a bit of argy-bargy going on here.
And look at that, Tech now trying to force Hans Pullman off course on the left-hand side, made contact not once but twice, and that means Pullman's can't get the run he needs through turn 1. Tech now is through to 5th. And I think finally Linus Tech can start to breathe a little bit. Brandon Hawken will be trying to reel his way up to Marcelo Pagnan just up the road. You've got Matteo Herman and Dave Chapman still up the road, looking to see if they can give us a good scrap here for your race lead. The triple forward trying to keep the 221 at bay. Matteo Herman looking around every possible scrap of real estate he could possibly find here. So thin between them, these margins, they are so fine. As in turn, Matteo Herman almost gives the bumper to Chapman that time by out through the Shell Oils hairpin. Does he fancy a look up into his slouch? But Marcelo Pagnan is there though, and he'll make the look around for second place. Decides, if you're not going to look for the first, I'm going to go for second place and try to make it to Herman. Going to back out from second place, and here comes Pagnan trying for the lead around the outside line of his slouch. That's too deep on the brakes though. Has to back out of that overtake attempt. Yeah,
I think it was a good decision backing out there. It could have ended up in trouble, but Herman at the moment still doing well in the third place, sorry, as Brandon Hawken puts in the fastest lap of the race. But I think Herman's he's having a good run and giving these guys a run for their money, and he hasn't fallen back as much as I thought he would, but at the moment, so he's doing well.
And you can see Brandon Hawken now thinking about a look on Matteo Herman for third place now. The former race leader trying to keep the SRC Movano Corsa car at bay. Brandon Hawken has already won so many races this season, and he is trying to take one more, but it's not been an easy run for Brandon Hawken has, and he's been kind of trapped back there in fourth place as we are now halfway through this race, or closing up on halfway at the very least. We got 19 minutes to go, and you can see this is absolutely insane. You do have a bit of AstroTurf, of course, on the outside you can work with here, you know, on that very exit of turn 1, and I believe Cascades as well, but you don't want to go too wide, right? Because that false turf, it doesn't last forever, and then you'll find yourself on real grass, and as you and I can both attest to, Ryan, it's not a place you want to find yourself in a battle like this.
Absolutely not, and if you take too much of that exit as well, sometimes you can go hard of a run, you can clip it and lose grip and possibly end up spinning or making a mistake. But I have to say, no, in this race we've still got about 18 minutes 20 seconds left in this race so far, and this has been an absolutely fantastic one to watch so far. It looks like Hawkins going for the move, he's trying to go for third place, and I think he's going to get the move done into the chicane, but I think Matteo Herman's going to try and break it later as well, but no, he decides to back out of it and let Hawkins go.
And then all that one, you can see Marcelo Pagnan having a fancy for the race lead on Dave Chapman as well, but had to back out, just had no speed coming up through the apex of the Hislop chicane, so he was forced to back out. Chapman holds the lead for now. And now we're down to the battle this was at the very start of this broadcast, right? In that qualifying race, Chapman v. Pagnan v. Hawken. Do these two teammates decide to try and work together, see if they can get past Dave Chapman up the road? The Shipsky Racing car going defensive up to the Lodge corner, and he'll come across the line, lead another one, but you wonder for how long. He's got a pair of SRC Movano Corsa cars that are looking hungry behind him for the lead.
They absolutely are, and yeah, they absolutely are, and Chapman leading at the moment, and considering he started ninth, done well to get into the lead at this point in the race, but he's got the two teammates of Pagnan and Hawken behind him, and also Herman behind him as well.
And these are some of the few road cars you can actually bump draft in, right? So I think we might see this here. Look at how close Pagnan gets back to Brandon Hawken. Hawken looking to close in that gap. You right on board the back end of Marcelo Pagnan's machine, and as they dive it in with the Shell Oils hairpin, still no move being made for Dave Chapman. And this is allowing for Matteo Herman as well as Linus Tech now, and in fact Hans Pullman start to work their way back up into the fray. Does Pagnan look for the lead? Absolutely he does. Dave Chapman has to go defensive. Here comes Movano trying for the outside line. Up into his loss. Chapman standing his ground, trying to fend them off into the chicane. Leaves Pagnan with no room to go. And Dave Chapman holds on to the race lead for now.
Yeah, absolutely does. And Dave Chapman handling the pressure absolutely brilliantly. He could have cracked under the pressure, but he goes defensive yet again. Pagnan's going to be brave and try and hang on the outside and try and make the move. actually backs out of it and tries to do a bit of a switchback, but I think Chapman's wise to that and defends in the middle of the corner, but he goes to the inside line early and heading down to the final corner. I think Hagnan, don't be surprised if you try and see him hang it on the outside as he tries to as Dave Chapman parks it right in the middle of the corner.
And that meant Dave Chapman got a bit of a tap around there, and Marcelo Pagnan is going to have to see if he can reset, try it again, and already an apology being thrown over to the radio for Pagnan Dave Chapman's way. Was not expecting for Chapman to park it like he did, and unintentional conduit for there. Good to show that these guys have some great sportsmanship among themselves here, right? They're able to battle so hard, but they still have so much respect for one another down on the racing service, and we've been able to see that in full force here today. Brendan Hawken close back of Pagnan, and how about that for a bump draft all the way down the long straightaway? That gives the run to the island bend, looking for the inside line. Chapman not expecting it, leaves the door open through island bend and up to the Shell Oils here. But will it be a lunge on the outside line? Oh, here comes Hawken looking for the inside of his Movado teammate, but he can't go anywhere. Marcelo Pagnan keeps it coming on. Chapman bobbles. This is getting all sorts of intense here. Chapman bobbles through the middle of Shell Oils hairpin out through Brittonson, up and over the hill. Look out, Marcelo Pagnan is on a charge, and he's got Brandon Hawken to help him just behind. Dave Chapman still there on the entry to his slops. Will it be a battle of the late breakers? Oh, contact between Movado teammates! Marcelo Pagnan gets bumped in by his SR's Movado teammate Brandon Hawken, who takes the race lead, but he's off the track. He'll have to give that spot back, surely.
Yeah, Hawken's pulling over. He's got to slow down, and he's letting them go by again, but yeah, he took a prisoner. That's a cone as well. So yeah, it's not been going too well for Hawken after that. But yeah, that rejoin was a bit dangerous for my liking anyway. But it was looked back at the replay. Hawken gets running his teammate, and he tries to go by Chapman into the chicane. And I think Hawken might have just got caught out by the braking point of his teammate and just went too deep.
Yeah, that was a wise move there. I mean, that's your Movado teammate up the road. It's not good that they made contact as it is, but it could have been so much worse. Watch this here. It just completely unsided. Didn't realize how deep on the brakes they were going to be, and you can see dragging the car along with them underneath the grill of the Movado car, which I believe was kicked down somewhere out through Knickerbrook from the inside of that number 98 machine. So unfortunate for Brandon Hawken, but the good news is he hasn't lost too much time. You see him just on the left-hand side, down in 6th place, about 1.3 seconds off from Hans Pullmans. Still has some potential here to try and get the pass back. Now, one thing I want to point out here, Ryan, that something I'm really keeping an eye on, but just happened in these cars. Look at those headlights. They have just clicked on here from Moulton Park.
Yeah, I was just about to bring it up as well. The headlights have just came on, so it looks like we'll be racing into the... That's a good question actually. I'm just checking the time in the session, and in the session at the moment it is 15:59 in game. So yeah, these guys are pretty much going to race into the sunset.
That, of course, means it is 4 o'clock p.m. in sim time. Definitely has some serious potential here for this race to go racing into some darkness, at least, considering to the end of this one. How about Hans Pullmans? He was kind of in a bit of a no man's land early in this race, but throughout all this battle up here in the front, he has been slowly clawing his way up and is now in serious contention for, if not a race win, at least a podium, right? I mean, he's got Linus Tech now just up the road, and if one of these guys up in front takes themselves out, who knows, right? This could all kick off, and you have got, at the moment, 3 different teams battling up there for the race lead. You've got Dave Chapman, a Chipsky Racing driver, up there in the race lead. You got Marcelo Pagnan, of course, a Movado driver that is currently in 2nd place. And then look out for Mateo Herman, the VEC Sim Racing driver. See if he can potentially make up another spot down in 3rd place. And then back and forth, you still got Linus Tech now, who's definitely going to be looking to see if he can potentially have a good run of this one for the Impulse Racing crew. And then, of course, you got Hans Pullmans in the Veraco machine. So you got all of these different drivers, right? And they're all going to be seeing if they can find some kind of speed here. 5 cars up at the top 5, and all of them are a different team. Brendan Hawken already on the charge. Look for the inside of Hans Pullmans through the island bend. Oh, and Hans Pullmans off the track on the left-hand side of the screens. Comes back on in time for Shell Oils, but that could have been a dangerous place to go off. You and I both know, Ryan, that tire barrier that kind of separates island through Shell Oils, it can be so dangerous. And I think our producer Ryan Bauer just put it perfectly. It doesn't move no matter how hard you hit it.
Yeah,
battle for the lead.
Yeah, absolutely not. This battle for the lead is starting to spice up yet again. It's both of these cars going to the chicane. It looks like Pagnan's going to try and go around. That's big contact!
Oh, Chapman gets forced out wide, and he is not going to be a happy camper at all with Marcelo Pagnan about that one. He raced him so clean and then just gets bodied out wide. Not at all the run that Dave Chapman would have wanted. Take a look on board for Dave Chapman up the hill through Britton's and down into Hislop, and you can see Pagnan looking for the outside line, and it just wasn't gonna work. You can't go side by side through the chicane, and just a little hip check sends him out wide, and he is still in a fierce fight with Hans Pullmans now for the 5th position. Manages to hang on to that one, but we'll look back up to the battle of the race as Matteo Herman closes up on your now race leader Marcelo Pagnan. VEC versus Movano. Which one of these drivers will come out on top with 10 minutes to go?
It's so hard to predict who's going to come out on top, but at the moment it's Pagnan in the lead, still feeling that pressure from Herman, and it looks like a bit of contact between Herman and Techno ever so slightly, and Brandon Hotkin has managed to drag himself back up to this lead battle.
Yeah, great charge for Brandon Hawken, but of course we know he has got race-winning pace. He just needs to find the speed, potentially have a run. Does Herman? Fancy look at the Shell Oils, thought about it. Has to take the outside though, as Marcelo Pagnan had that inside cover through the 180-degree hairpin. The bank quarter keeps Marcelo Pagnan out in front. Right aboard Brandon Hawken, who has got a front row seat of the battle for the race lead. Oh, it's Linus Tech now. Flirted a little bit with the grass on the right-hand side. Herman looking right, looking back left, trying to go for the lead. Pagnan parks it in the middle of the track, and no room for Herman to even attempt an overtake that time into his slops.
Yeah, that chicane is so difficult to make a move there, because you've basically, if you get a run and you go for the move, you've got to commit to it, but you've got to try and get the car stopped at the same time. But as you ride on board with Herman at the moment, it's still these 4 cars battling for the lead, and I think if I was Brandon Hopkin, I think maybe just wait a little while, wait a little bit, and maybe see how it pans out. But I think towards the end, you've got to start making the moves.
So with 8.5 minutes left on the clock, Matteo Herman has got to be thinking at this point, what can he do to get past Marcelo Pagnan? Because we've seen when Movano gets up there, it can be almost impossible to get back around them. So it's going to take everything in the VC Sim Racing Mazda to get past the SC Movano Corsa driver just up the road. Don't discount Impulse Racing's Linus Tech now as well, though. He has had some good results recently, and he is going to be looking to see if he can pick up another one with at least a podium finish. But I imagine he wants to be finishing higher than the last step on the podium. And Brandon Hawken, he could be a desperate man as well. He, of course, was up in contention for a podium, if not a race win earlier on. Kind of got bodied out by his teammate, had to take the runoff area at his slots. He is now looking to see if he can potentially reel his way back up and contend for a race win. But he's got 2 cars separating himself and his teammate that he's going to have to navigate first. Out through Shell Oil's hairpin. There's still a run up from Marcelo Pagnan. Does Herman fancy a look at his slops?
Yeah, I think he might be, but I don't think he's close enough to make a move. But he's getting closer and closer in the slipstream, heading down to the chicane. Pagnan's going to go defensive, goes to defensive in the middle of the road to stop Herman getting a run up the inside.
Oh no! Brandon Hawken, what on earth are you thinking, my friend? Just sent it into his slops and only cost himself. What in the world was that? You talk about an overtake attempt. How about attempted murder?
Yeah, well, as we would say in Scotland, there's been a murder as they head into the chicane, and yeah, that was a bit optimistic from Hopkin there. I think the only way I could describe that, Nolan, was a bit of a yeet.
What on earth? I did not think that something like that would be a mistake Brandon Hawken would make. He's been so consistent so far throughout this season. I didn't think I would see the day. Oh, a big bump from Linus Tech out of the back of Matteo Herman. The battle rages on for second meanwhile, and all that has allowed Marcelo Pagnan to break well clear now of the battle for first. You got Herman and Linus Tech now just in behind now. Still see that they can scrap away for the final steps on the podium.
Yeah, I have to agree with you regarding Brandon Hawkin. That's not a mistake that we would normally see from him. Normally, he's a cool, calm, and collected in those kind of situations. And I don't know if he maybe just carried too much speed and just got caught out under braking. But yeah, that was just a mistake you don't normally see. But still at the front, it's Marcel Wagner leading at the moment from Herman and Techno, and Techno up into third place. He's got the run, and Herman heading down to chicane. I think he might try and go around the outside and maybe get the move done, but nope, not going for the move right away.
I have a feeling there he was kind of thinking about where he wanted to go, but since Herman was parked in the middle of the track, there really just wasn't a good place for him to be able to make that move right. I mean, you talk about how this track is so narrow, you could barely fit 3 cars abreast here. Unlike tracks, at Phillip Island, we've seen in the past, we could easily fit 3, even 4 wide at points, throughout the race. We even saw that in those races as well. But this is such a tight facility. You park your car in the middle of the track. It's like the Nürburgring, right? It's almost impossible to see if they can find a reliable way through. You might be able to find your way through if you take one line and commit to it, but at a much higher risk of running yourself or the other driver off the track, which is obviously not something you want to see. So parking it in the middle of the track, typically your best bet here, especially in that run down to his slops, to keep a guy behind you.
Yeah, absolutely. But heading down to turn 1, it's Herman's feeling the pressure from Techno. And I think Techno might just be waiting to see if he can get a run hit on that back straight heading down to the chicane. Oh, Chapman just about runs into the back of another car in the exit of turn 1.
That's where Correa tried to look up the inside of Hans Polmans, didn't have a go at it though, so he had to kind of back out. That allowed Chapman up and through instead in the battle for 5th place. How about a bump draft there up to 2nd place, getting real up close. We want to see what a front grille of a Global Miles MX5 Cup looked like. Well, there you go. That's a perfect shot for you. Right there on his set now, all over the back now. I would say Herman trying to keep nice and tight with the. Think he might have gotten a better run out of the Shell Oils hairpin that last time by. 4 minutes to go here in race number 1. And Tech now has got the overspeed on Matteo Herman. Look further back. This is Dave Chapman trying to regain lost time. Pullman's going to have to be on defense here. The 444 Shipsky Racing Machine going to take this one around the outside of his slops. Will this end good for these drivers? Whoa! Huge crash! Pullman up and over and stuck on his side. What on earth? Talk about a movie moment. That is something you would see in Hollywood, folks. And even then, I would say with the special effects they have nowadays, Hollywood couldn't do it better than that.
Yeah, as I look back at the race spot replay, and it looks like Chapman gets the run. Pullman's goes to the inside line to defend. And I think he might have just got, he was really close to the tyres, and
oh my God.
Yeah, he just turned in too early.
That has got to be one of the wildest wrecks I think I've ever seen in my life in a Mazda. And look at the guy right in behind him as the 25er gets kicked up and over. I think that is the 29 of Jorge Correa. I want to take a look at Jorge's perspective of this, to be honest with you. That would be a real sight to see. And on top of it all, you get stuck on your side? I've heard on your roof, I've seen on your wheels. Didn't think it was even possible. Take a look at Jorge Correa's point of view from this one, and you're going to watch here as it's going to be a look around the outside line, and Pullmans has the inside, and hang on, folks, this is a wild sight you'll never get to see again. Holy cow.
Well, I don't know about Hans Pullman's how he feels after that. I think he'll be needing a change of underwear after that.
My goodness, just when you think it can't get any more crazy than this, you get a sight like that. I mean, this race has had everything so far, and it's not even the end, right? You got another 30 minutes that's coming up in just short order here. Jorge Correa still looking to do battle with Dave Chapman, by the way, just in behind them up to his slops as we watch Linus Stat now with Matteo Herman trying to tango as well. And there was a bit of a swap there for 4th and 5th place, but that didn't go too much as well. So the battle for 2nd will rage on. You still got 4th, 5th, and 6th in a bit of a train of their own behind them, but 7th place also in the mix. Right aboard back with Matteo Herman here, 1 minute and 37 seconds to go. And who knows, right? You still got this battle deeper in the field. Here is Jorge Correa, and there's Niels Pines. The German Series machine had a couple of incidents earlier on, and Julian Blamont trying to fight it out just behind him. This is battle for 5th, 6th, and 7th. You see Jorge Correa having to go defensive from Niels Pine from Julian Blamont just in the field. Oh, it's a lunge around the outside, a launch from Niels Pine. That doesn't go anywhere, though, and that opened it up the door wide for Blamont to find his way up the inside.
Yeah, Blaymont's got the run as they head over the line and heading down to turn 1. I think, I thought he was going to throw it up the inside, but he actually decides to back out of it. Maybe thinking of trying to get a run in that back straight. Back straight possibly. It's Pine, it runs wide ever so slightly. Yeah, that was basically a rallycross wide.
And of course, this is the final lap now of this race, so if there's ever going to be a move for any of these positions, it will be on this lap. So in that case, let's turn our heads back up in the battle for second place. Tet now has been looking so aggressive to try to get around Matteo Herman for the last couple of laps. And I would say up into his slops, probably one of the last chances he's going to have here properly if he can get a good drafting run. They've been closing their way up to Marcelo Pagden ever so slightly, but it is not going to be enough to go for a race. But Linus Techno's got to accept now second place is the best he can do and see if he can fight it out for the second step on the podium. Closing on up to the bottom of his slops. Backs out though. I think might try to set him up here for launch.
Looks like it indeed, as Techno gets a great exit and he just needs to try and get close enough. As Herman gets a little bit sideways there, and yep, here we go. Techno looks like he's getting the slipstream and he's getting closer, and it looks like don't be surprised if you see him trying to make a move into the final corner.
Out through Druids. Linus Tech now has the run, has the overspeed that he needs to get this pass done. Side by side, Herman goes defensive. Tech now gets blocked to the right-hand side of the racetrack, up through Lodge. Linus Tech now still going to be head-to-head with Matteo Herman. Out of the final corner, bit of a touch. Marcelo Pagden will win the race as make contact for second place in a heads-up drag race. Pagden wins. Here comes the drag for second place, so Tech now wins it out in the end in a very physical altercation coming across the line.
Yep, and the rest of the cars coming across the line now to finish, round out the results, and wow, what a race.
What an absolutely intense run that we've seen. Just waiting on the last couple of drivers to come across the line, but the last one of them will be coming on up over through the Hillside chicane. No hope for Nick Martin to work his way up. So we'll take a look at your official post-race results here. Marcelo Pagden, your race winner after 17 laps. Linus Tech now down in second place at a heads-up drag race with VC Sim Racing's Matteo Herman for third. Dave Chapman is in fourth. You got Jorge Correa down in fifth, Niels Pine in sixth, Julian Blayemont seventh, Simon Erpolding in eighth, Brandon Hawken in ninth, Eric Intilly in 10th. And then, of course, you have got Nick Martin in 11th place with Hans Pullman 12th. Tom Stanley and Simon Esches round out the 14-car field from race number 1. But we get set to do it all again in race number 2. What an absolutely intense run, though, throughout the first of this race for the first 30 minutes. And there's still another 30 minutes coming on up here, Ryan.
Yeah, we've still got another 30-minute race to go, and even though we've not got a big turnout today for Club Cup, it's still been fantastic racing, not just at the front, but in the further back in the pack as well. And race 2, I think, will be more of the same. And some of those moments in that race, the previous race, was just wow.
You really only need about 6 cars really to have a fantastic race in the Mazdas, right? Everything on top of that, it's an extra bonus. That's kind of how I like to look at these types of races, and that has certainly been the case here today. I mean, even with these lower field sizes, I mean, you talk about the first season of Club Cup, 1 year ago, right, where you had 20, 30 car grids easily on the regular, down to about 16 to 18 or so this year. But hey, the racing has been absolutely phenomenal. I mean, it's still not completely overdone, and we'll take a look at the standing. Now, this was, of course, before race 1 coming into this race. We'll get the updates for all of that before the season finale in a couple weeks' time. Brandon Hawken, you see, came into this race up in first place, and he's not been a good run for him, has he? Dave Chapman has had a barnstormer of a time so far, much more so than Brandon Hawken, who finished all the way down in 10th place in this first race. So Hawken is not going to be having a very easy run for himself to try to hold on to that championship fight. Brandon Hawken could potentially mount a charge, especially since Matteo Herman is down in third.
He possibly could. As you see, see on the screen right now, the schedule for the remaining rounds as well is after this round we've got VIR, and VIR is a track I'm looking forward to, especially with its cars, and I think with the tight nature of that track as well, and the high speed corridors, I think with these cars that's going to be an absolutely awesome race.
And of course, they are going to be having their run over at the Virginia International Raceway, America's motorsports playground, as it's sometimes said. That'll be coming on up here with the ClubSport Series at the end of the month in November on the 27th. So you should definitely pop on over and join us for that, because I haven't seen many races at VIR, right? But for what I've seen, they can have some absolutely fantastic races there, as well. As you see, warm-up is currently underway. A couple of drivers kind of going out there, having a little bit of fun for themselves. Usually we get out at the odd driver to give us a chat or so here, during this warm-up period, but that has not been the case today, and I can't say I blame them. I think a lot of these guys are more kind of just wanting to settle in and focus up on what this race could hold for the next 30 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. This last excuse me, this last race is probably the one where everyone just goes all out and just goes for it, and it's sort of like the real life MX5 series. You get close racing throughout the field, not just at the front, but further back in the pack as well. And I think you don't have to set it as much up in this car as well. But it's kind of one of those cars that you can just jump in and go racing.
It's by far got to be one of the easiest cars a driver can pick up and learn on the iRacing service, which makes it, honestly, probably the best possible sports series you can get here for the, IVRA Endurance and the ClubSport Series. And I do want to remind everybody that I know that a lot of you are probably here, of course, for the 1,000 kilometers of Barcelona at the Circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya. That is going to be coming on up here in about 35 minutes here. This is, of course, the IVRA Club Cup you are watching, the sports series here for all IVRA events, most notably the Endurance and the ClubSport Series. We've already completed race 1, just 30 more minutes of racing action left, and we'll be tossing things over to our endurance crew for the 1,000-kilometer endurance race, which will, of course, feature cars like the LMP2s, the GT3s, and so on. So it'll be a fantastic race, I would imagine, coming on up here. I mean, the other races in the endurance series, right, they have just been absolutely thrills to watch. But, I mean, hey, we've been seeing some phenomenal racing that we've been treated to here in this Club Cup as well. Should make it for a very entertaining race coming on up here for not just our race, but also the endurance race in Barcelona in about 35-40 minutes time.
Yeah, the endurance series, there's been great races so far this season, and I think today with Barcelona as well, and the nature of that track, I think it'll be a close race in each class. And yeah, I think it's going to be unpredictable, but it's a race that I'm looking forward to.
Of course, for those that are unfamiliar with how the Club Cup works, you have, of course, a qualifying race that we went through earlier today. Then, of course, you had race 1 where the top 10 were inverted. Now you have the feature, well, not necessarily the feature race, but race number 2, you could say, where it's a full inverted grid. So Marcelo Pagna, the guy that won this last race in race number 1, he will be starting all the way down in 16th place, or 14th place, excuse me, and it will be Simon Esches who will be starting up there on the pole. And with warm-up complete for this final 30-minute race, we'll take a rundown of your starting grid and how things shake up. The last place driver for is Simon Esches. He'll be starting up there in pole position on the front row, and Tom Stanley, who went for a bit of a ride himself, it'll be a lock for those two drivers up on the front row. And then you're going to have, of course, Hans Pullman down in 3rd place, with Nick Martin all the way back there down in 4th to start this race off. Brett Hawken will be just behind them with Eric Intilli. Then you got Simon Erpelding and Julian Blamont. It's Niels Payne and Jorge Correa just in behind them. Brett Hawken had his own struggles. He's looking to go on and improve a little bit throughout the course of this race. After Correa, it is Dave Chapman with Matteo Herman just down the field. And then, of course, you have your drivers that finished 1-2 in the previous race. Linus Tech now and Marcelo Pagnan bringing up the rear of the grid. So everybody gridded up. We're ready to go, and I have a feeling these drivers are itching to go here, as this time we'll be racing in darkness for the first time, really, all Club Cup season here, as the sun continues to set.
Yeah, I think this will make it an interesting challenge, and I think it's probably these drivers are going to have to be a lot more heads up as well with heading into the darkness and maybe having to adjust stuff like braking points. But still, it should be a great race, and the likes of Pagnan and Chapman and Techno and Hawken as well getting through the field. How quickly they can get through the field is another question.
And the pace car gets set to roll. Simon Esches and Tom Stanley will be leading the way, and we do want to thank everybody for taking the time to join us here on this beautiful Saturday morning or afternoon or evening, wherever you happen to be in your part of the world. But as we get set to go race for this final 30 minutes, my name is Nolan Redfield. I've been bringing you all the coverage here from this Club Cup race with Ryan Walker doing an excellent job assignment as always, with our wonderful Ryan Bauer behind the cameras here for tonight's Club Cup presentation, and he'll be with you again for the endurance series after the conclusion here of race number 2. Coming around through the Lodge corner for the final time behind a safety car before we get this second race underway. Simon Esches going to be under 5 for Tom Stanley as we get set to go racing. Green flag will wave, and we are go, go, go here in race number 2, and already fanning out 3 wide of the field. What a launch from Dave Chapman, making it 3 wide, picking up 2 already on the initial start as we throttle away down through turn number 1. The top 3 break away. Oh, Nick Martin getting all sorts of crossed up. There goes Chapman through, Blamont's through. Here comes Correa and Mathieu Herman deeper in the field. It's complete pandemonium in the back portion of the field as Dave Chapman makes his way up 5 spots on just the opening corner alone. Martin goes wide and he's off into the grass, but it's just one driver, so everybody else going to keep it with it. Still 2 by 2 by 2 by 2 deeper in the field. Here goes Brandon Hawken making the charge for 3rd place up the inside. He's got Dave Chapman just behind him, just clears from Hans Pullmans, and already Hawken is going here from 7th up to 3rd at the and he's going to get turned by Hans Pullmans. Brandon Hawken dumped by Hans Pullmans. No better way to put that. Hawken's hopes of a win have been completely dashed here, and another car off into the barriers. That's Marcelo Pagnan, so both Movado cars off at the Shovel Oils hairpin, Ryan.
Yeah, look at the replay of Pagnan as well, and
wow!
He just got tagged at high speed.
Who was that? I think that was actually Nils Pine that ran over him, a driver that has so many struggles earlier in the race, and we're going to see what happened to Brandon Hawken here as well. I am absolutely stunned at what we have seen. I mean, complete pandemonium, and the 2 title favorites could be out of a fight for a race win, and there you can see, I mean, and there's no better way to put that. Hans Pullman did Brandon Hawken dirty there.
Yeah, it's just the nature of these close races as well. Everyone's so bunched up together, and Hans Pullmans just blew the corner, and pretty much, like you said, Nolan, and our director as well just mentioned that he just pretty much just got dumped.
And still chaos going further up throughout the grid as well. I know Linus Tent now just went off the track, saw some yellow flags being waved over at the Lodge hairpin, so it's just complete chaos everywhere you look at the field. Just all sorts of split apart and crossed up. Not the civilized racing that we saw in race number 1 here. You're right on board with Tom Stanley trying to run down Simon Esches, and you can see over on the left-hand side of your screen after Simon Esches, it is about another 2 seconds or so back to the 3rd place driver of Dave Chapman. I mean, that is just absolutely unreal what we've been seeing, and you still got guys trying to go rallycross race deeper in the field as well. But Taylor Herman went off track a little bit, and it's at this point where do you look at it, right? I mean, there's just been so much chaos going on throughout this opening lap here of race number 2. You don't know quite where to look, so it's Tom Stanley going to continue to try to work his way to Simon Esches, and here is Julian Blamont kind of in the middle of a big gaggle of cars. He's got Simon Dorpelding in front of him, and Linus Tech now, who went off in the Lodge corner at the end of the 1st lap, just behind him.
Absolutely. As the 2 leaders come up to the chicane now, it's still Essie's leading from Tom Stanley, and Dave Chapman. He started in 13th, he's up 10 positions now into third place, so a great early stages from him, and pretty much not messing around at the moment. And Dave Chapman pretty much the beneficiary of the lap one mayhem.
And look back on board driver's eye view with Julian Blamont for the Arrows Racing team deeper in the field. This is the battle for 6th place at the moment on track, and Simon Erpelding will think about going defensive. Looks like he's going to opt to stick with it here in the Shipsky Racing machine. Now Linus Tech down with Taylor Herman, 2 drivers that are racing really aggressively at the end of race 1, just in behind them. So there's a couple of names to keep an eye out for in this little bit of a battle. Does Blamont opt to make the look? Doesn't look like he'll go forward. You see on board for the back of Simon Esches, though, Tom Stanley has been steadily closing in for the race lead, and there is Dave Chapman in the 444, a driver who's wanted to get as big of a run up on Brandon Hawken as he possibly can coming over into this race, and might be able to get him here, going to have a run around Tom Stanley, trying to go for 2nd place on the outside of the island bend. That is always a risky move to try to make, and I think Dave Chapman takes the wise move there and back it out, especially since Tom Stanley kind of comes back across the track. Would have run him off, I'd imagine, if he stayed there. Chapman's going to hold third for now, maybe into the Hislop chicane.
Yeah, I think that's what Chapman was doing there. He's just waiting to set up the move and get the run, but further back, riding on board with 9th place man at the moment, hit Matteo Herman behind Linus Techno and Brandon Hopkins. I think pretty much the rest of the race for him is just about trying to salvage the best result possible. But the leaders up at the front, there's no contact.
Oh no! Contact between all 3 leaders. They're 3 abreast, and here comes Pullman getting all 3 of them. And it's still an argy-bargy between Tom Stanley and poor Dave Chapman. It's just falling apart here in race 2. I mean, what happened to the civilized racing that we saw just what we could go? Nobody's able to let another guy breathe here. Take another look at the whole incident. It'll be from start to finish here. You're going to watch. There's the overtake attempt for the outside of Tom Stanley having a run here up on Simon Esches. And there's the punt. And Dave Chapman tried to sneak up the inside, but there's no room. Stanley didn't let him through. And Hans Pullman just said, thank you very much. I'll take 3 for 3.
Yeah, pretty much. Took the opportunity to take the lead, and then when the top 3 were holding each other up, and yeah, the championship contenders are all having issues, and it's pretty much everyone's just pretty much lost their mind, if you like. I know it sounds bad to say, but still at the moment it's Pullman's leading from the S's, and Jorge Correa has actually benefited from that mayhem to move up into 3rd place now, and he's closed the top 2 down in front of him.
I'm at a bit of a loss for words, right, about what we're seeing here. I mean, the first race was so unbelievably exciting. You had exciting battles, you had close racing. This has been exciting, right? But I feel for all the wrong reasons, right? Because it seems like all these battles are ending in somebody getting shoved off the track, which is not what you want to see, right? I mean, you want to see those guys being able to battle side by side. It seems like, the guys that are further in the field are trying to work their way to the front, and it's just not going too well for them. So we see Hans Pullman's up in the lead now. Simon Esches and Jorge Correa potentially having a go at it. Does Esches go for the lead? Oh, he's going to have a dive with the Hislopes. That's a risky move. Oh, and there we go again. Pullman's goes wide off the track altogether. Simon Esches going to be down in 2nd place. Does Pullman's have a slowdown penalty from that? Kind of just proving my point there, right, Ryan?
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone's just I understand you want to try and get to the up to the front, and you're eager to get into the lead and have a possible chance of taking the win, but some of the driving standards in this race have been a bit, questionable.
And you see the hit big time there, and Hans Pullman did have to give the lead up, had a slowdown penalty that he has just served up to Lodge, but all of this chaos has condensed the field once again. 1st place, and looking back all the way to 10th in one long train. This is about to all kick off. You're on board with Tech now, right in the thick of it, trying to run up to Jorge Correa. There is the very long train of Mazda Miatas trying to work their way through. This should be a bit of an interesting scrap here, especially this continues to play out the way it has. Simon Erpolding is waiting in the field with Matteo Herman just in behind, seeing if we can maybe make up a look for another position throughout this field. How patient do you be if you're a guy that's further down in this field, right? I mean, you've still got 22 minutes to go on the clock. You have time to make these moves up. You don't need to make every single look, no matter when it's now. You can always afford to wait a little bit, wait for drivers to kind of knock themselves out further in front of you, and then have a potential go at these positions, maybe within 10 to go, right?
Yeah, I think if you're in this pack and you're further back, say, round about, say, Brandon Hopkins, he's down in 10th position at the moment, I think. He managed to close back up to the lead pack, but back up at the front, they might be having a chance of the lead heading into the chicane, as it looks like Chapman's trying to win outside of Esses. Esses is not giving up without a fight, and Chapman goes wide and has to take the runoff.
And there's another cone trapped underneath the 444 machine, and a wounded mirror as well for Dave Chapman as well. I mean, this has just been completely out there. And as well as that, by the way, Tom Stanley also got punted off as he made a huge lunge on Matteo Herman up into the chicane as well around the same time. We can maybe get a shot at that, hopefully, on this replay as well. We're right on board with Dave Chapman here first, though. Coming on down into the chicane. I think he realized that Simon Esches just wasn't going to be able to get that thing stopped in time, so he just bailed out wide, realized he was not making that chicane, and there he is, Herman getting sent around by one driver further down in the order. It's a bit of an interesting one, isn't it? Because we have seen that already a couple of times throughout the course of the day, haven't we? I mean, this has not been a very pleasant run for a lot of these drivers out there in the field.
Yeah, pleasant's not the word that I would use. I think it's been pretty much surprising that some of these drivers have been making silly mistakes, having silly issues, and I don't know if it's maybe some drivers just been caught out by maybe having to readjust their braking points in the dark, but just I think some of these drivers just need maybe a sit down and by the stewards and maybe need a talking to.
And the battle on for the race lead again. Tech now up the inside of Simon Esches into the island bend. That's a risky place to make it work, but Tech now is going to go for it and makes that pass work. Beautiful overtake for the race lead there. That's the kind of battle we want to see. So Simon Esches is going to be able to fall back to second place. Jorge Correa try to make a look around for second. Going to have to stick with third, though, for the time being. You still got Erpelding in the mix of this as well, along with Julian Blaimond, and Simon Esches not going to be able to make the run for the race lead because here comes Jorge Correa looking around the outside line, up and over the hill and back down for the Hislop chicane. Battle of the late breakers. Look out, Esches closing up, and now it's Jorge Correa that has to bail out over through the chicane. He'll rejoin in front of the race leaders, and he'll back out and go off track to serve a slowdown penalty. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about a rejoin from Correa. I think he should have stopped and should have stopped, let the cars go by. But just so many silly mistakes in this race by some of these drivers. It's just we've never seen anything like this. But still, it's Techno leading up at the front, but the battle for second is still going on at the moment with Esses and Blaimond and well, a few drivers in this pack anyways. It looks like Blaimond's got the run heading across the line and just doesn't go for the move straight away.
Well, he can. He's got Chapman on the inside.
Yeah, I was going to say he can't make a move because Chapman's up the inside.
And Dave Chapman going to make another spot up. That'll be for fourth place out there. Chapman thinking about making a move on his teammate Simon Erpelding. It would have been the first time we've seen these Chip Ski teammates swap positions just so far this race. And all of this with Simon Esches having to, kind of hold this pack up. You can see Linus Tech now starting to kind of set sail and take off with the lead up the road from them. You got guys like Simon Esches that are going to be deeper in the field here. And I can tell you right now, Simon Esches is the one that's holding these guys up as Erpelding misses the corner by a country mile. That lets Chapman through, and it also allows for Blaimond to get up the inside line. So they're going to be in a bit of a drag race now. Up, out through Britons and up down towards Hislops. You have to wonder, will we be seeing another bailout of the chicane from Simon Erpelding? It would have been the first time we've seen that so far today. Deeper on the brakes. Blaimond backs out for the defensive overtake.
Yeah, Blaimond being sensible there. He didn't try and force the issue. He backed out of it and slips in behind. But I agree, Esses seems to be the person that's causing this bit of a train. And Chapman, I think, he's getting really close now. And I think he's got, if he gets a good exit here, he'll make the run into the final corner.
Speaker runs up to the final corner. Look out, Dave Chapman at the inside of Simon Esches. Got a great run out through Druids. He would be able to potentially look up the inside for Lodge. Breaking at exact even points. Chapman trying to hold the inside. You got Esches around the outside, though. And not clear for Dave Chapman. They're still going to battle out across the start and finish line. Can Simon Esches potentially take that spot back around the outside of turn one? Still gonna be there. It's gonna be a drag race now down towards Cascades of turn two. This time though, Esches will be the one that will have the optimal line. It'll be Chapman who will try to have to fight the momentum. Dave Chapman trying to find his way around the outside. They're still gonna be side by side. Erpelding just behind the train as well, trying to find a way through. Look out, Julian Blaimond trying to find us some speed as well. And now going to be side by side through Island and up into Shell Oils Bend. They've been side by side for almost half a lap now. Can Esches still pull out that position at Shell Oils though? Finally, Chapman pulls ahead.
Yeah, Chapman managed to get the move done, but as they're heading up to the chicane now, I think Esses has got to run in the selection, but I don't think it's going to try anything silly. But Chapman goes to the inside line to defend, heading down to the chicane. As Esses is going to try and go around the outside, always go for it. As can he make it through one piece, and Chapman just holds onto the position.
Oh boy, so finally Chapman is able to kind of settle himself down, and maybe he can start to set sail. Let's see if he can catch Linus Tech now up the road from him. You got Simon Erpelding just down the field. looking for the inside through Druids, and now back to the outside. Esches leaving no room for Erpolding to have a run. Closing up already on halfway through this race. 15.5 minutes to go in a 30-minute race. You got Erpolding still trying to find the inside lineup for Lodge, but nothing doing that time around. Simon Esches doing a great job on holding that position. Shipski Racing Triple One gonna have to reset and have to maybe focus up and find another way. Don't forget that you got Julian Blamont of the Arrows Racing Team 38 that is still looking to see if he can potentially find a run around in the 36 car just behind him. We got Brandon Hawkins just at the tail end of this train as well. He has been steadily reeling his way up after getting punted in the opening lap. He was all the way up in 4th place, remember, through the shell of his hairpin on lap 1, and he got dumped around by, actually it was that of, Hans Bolman just up the road, and that caused him to fall all the way back. He was slowly working his way back up, and he is now up in 7th place. Has potential to go for 6th here, looking for the outside of Mateo Herman through Shell Oils, but you really cannot make an overtake around the outside line of Shell Oils, can you? There's just you can't get a good enough run because of the banking on that hairpin.
Pretty much, and trying to get a good exit or a good run in the exit of that corner is absolutely difficult. You've got to be real close to the car. It's a little bit behind Chapman. We've got a battle for third place with Esses and Elford and Blamont and Herman and Hawken going on as well. It looks like someone's around.
Oh, it's Hawken again off and into the grass. Hawken's day goes from bad to worse. This time to bail out to avoid running over with Taylor Herman just up the road. And now you can see Simon Erpolding trying to get into a bit of a scrap here with Simon Esches. We'll see the look for Brandon Hawken. Too deep on the brakes, having to bail out around the outside line. That was a wise move for Hawken to juke it into the left-hand side. It was either that or you're cleaning out the guy in front of you, and most likely yourself as well. Simon Erpolding looking for 3rd on Simon Esches up into Lodge Corner. And Dave Chapman has broken away now from this train, but he has not been able to close up to Linus Technow. Might need some struggles to follow Technow's way to properly get that battle kicked on off. Herman, though, see if he can maybe mount a charge on Julian Blamont deeper in this train of about 5 cars from 3rd on back to 7th.
Yeah, pretty much. Chapman's broken away from his battle, and Esses is pretty much holding these guys up now. I think he's slightly slower than these guys behind. But so unfortunate for Brandon Hopkin. It's not been the round that he wanted to have, and around here it's always predictable when it comes to incidents happening. Unfortunately, he's been caught up in some of them, but still this battle for 3rd between Esses and Elford and Blamont and a few other guys is absolutely fantastic, and it's been great racing considering the issues we had in the early stages.
Let's keep with this big battle here going on. I just want to quickly give a shout out to Eric Intley, working his way up into the top 10 from Nick Martin, but we'll keep our eyes on this battle now for 5th, 4th, 3rd, and just behind for 6th and 7th as well. Blamont looking left, looking right. I tell you, Herman even thought about a look up the inside that time by into his slops. Oh, and Erpolding wide through the middle of his slops. That opens up the door for Blamont, but interesting enough, the 36 car doesn't try to capitalize on that one. Instead, stuck it in line and actually checked up Herman a little bit. That allows Herman to get up his inside in the run up through the water tower and potentially up towards Druids. Is he actually going to throw it up the inside? No, he's not. Going to tuck it back in line instead. Wise move, I thought, but he's trying it again to get a run out of Druids up towards Lodge.
Yeah, absolutely. Excuse me. Yeah, it looks like there's going to be a change of position there, but it looks like these drivers are just being slightly sensible at the moment, but as we come into just about the final 10 minutes of the race, yeah, it looks like it'll probably kick off, but that's like that. But Blamont says pulling out, showing his nose there, but decides not to make a move.
Yeah, opted not to go for it that time around, but he's definitely showing Simon Erpolding that he is there and he can potentially make a launch whenever he wants. Simon Esches has been able to kind of stretch his legs a little bit up the way from these guys. He'll be trying to see if he can maybe pull away with the 3rd place finish. And here comes Julian Blamont up the inside of Simon Erpolding up for the island bend. Herman's going to capitalize on this as well and also go through. So Shipski's 111 entry loses 2 in one corner and is now under fire from Jorge Correa just in behind him. On board now with Jorge Correa coming up through the Britain's chicane. He's got a front row seat of the battle just on the road between Julian Blamont and Matteo Herman, going side by side in the run towards Hislops. And it will be a 2 abreast, the 2-2-1. Gonna get the spot up. Blamont falls back into the 4th position, or the 5th position, excuse me. Erpelding running wide on the exit of Knickerbrook. He thought about trying to make a pass up on Julian Blamont to retake his 4th place, but it just wasn't happening that time around.
Yeah, absolutely not. And yeah, Blamont, it's fair play to him. He's been keeping up at the front and not falling back too far. So yeah, having a good race, says Blamont, and I think if he keeps going where he is at the moment, it'll be a great result for him.
Oh, how about Jorge Correa? You saw him try to find the inside line, but that didn't necessarily go anywhere for the number 29. Trying to find the inside of Lodge, and I thought for a moment he was going to be blocked off the track by Simon Erpelding. That ended up not being the case, which is obviously good news for the 29, because it allowed him to have at least an attempt at it. There's now under 10 minutes to go. We are basically racing under almost complete darkness now here from Moulton Park. You see the headlights, definitely the only real light source on the track at the moment. How about Matteo Herman trying to close up Simon Esches up the road, has the run on the number 5. Bit of a bump that time into the island bend. Does he have a look into Shell Oils? Would not surprise me, but can I actually stick that one in line? I think he's trying to set him up for Hislops here.
Yeah, good decision that, and yeah, he's right on board with the S's at the moment, still holding on to 3rd place, and he's been handling this pressure really well, as it looks like Herman's got the run. He's gone up the inside, heading down to Suzuki, and I'm surprised that Essie's never tried to go to the inside line to defend, but Herman's up the inside, and does it get...
They touched once in the braking zone, but Esches loses the spot. Herman goes through up to 3rd. Look out, Julian Blamont gonna be hungry for Simon Esches. Gonna be looking to see if he can take that 4th place away up through Druids here, the 36 car. Looking around for the right side, maybe. Tucks that one in line. You can see Simon Erpelding kind of checked up just a little bit. Esches misses both apexes through Druids, and that could put him under 5 for Lodge if Julian Blamont decides to have a run from that far back, though. I don't think it's going to be happening, and sure enough, Officer tucked that one in line still. You're not going to make a pass with that far back. Oh, you're going to get it here, though, as Esches goes off course. That loses out to Blamont, and here comes Erpelding as well, who's going to go through. Jorge Correa could potentially have a run as well, as Esches gets squeezed out to the left-hand side. Oh, and it comes in and hits Correa and goes up the track. That time did that to himself as Brandon Hawkins throws his half back into the ring. He'll look at the inside of Jorge Correa up for Cascades, and he'll make up another spot as we throw to a race spot replay.
Yep, so right on board the S's, and he runs wide on the exit of the final corner, and he loses a few places, and maybe just carried too much speed into the final corner, but still maybe just being caught out by the braking points in the dark as well. But still, it's been a great race for this pack as well. Oh, as he gets the slight bars wide ever so slightly as well. Oh, manages to hold it on the exit.
It turned in on him, it looked like, from turn 1, just really cut in. I mean, it goes to show, you know, it's not a good situation for Simon Esches at the moment. I mean, that just made it bad to worse for him. When you one mistake, it could put you in a very compromising position in this race. You still see Brandon Hawkins up there looking potentially do battle for spots in the top 5 now. Going for the over-under here on Simon Erpelding through the Hislop chicane. Now out through Knickerbrook, can potentially get the run. Oh my gosh, all over the backhand. Bump trapped him through corner exit. That allows him up the outside line, up the hill through Water Tower. And Simon Erpelding under fire. Here comes Correa trying to make a run up as well. Hawkins clear, and Jorge Correa not so much. Has to find the outside line through Druids. Heads up, Marcelo Bagnan. Haven't talked about the 75 car much. He got sent into the tire barriers early on. He is trying to make up a spot. Forces Erpelding to back off as he punched him over basically to the right-hand side. And you still see Simon Esches looking for the inside as well. It's all kicking off. There's under 10 minutes to go. If there's ever a point when you wanted to go for a move and go for a battle, this is that time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's basically coming up to about just about 5 minutes remaining in this race as all these guys run wide ever so slightly on the exit of turn 1. But yeah, a great recovery from Brandon Hawkins, considering he got spun around on lap 1 and then spun around halfway through this race as well into the chicane, and someone goes right off in the grass there.
That was Jorge Correa, went off into the grass at the exit of the Cascades. That leaves him under 5 for Marcelo Pagno, who tries to find the inside of Island Bend. He's going to force the issue here up the inside. That puts him offline for Shell Oils, though, and Jorge Correa will be able to hold that position as Pagno forced to back out. And so we'll be able to watch this battle as it comes up and over the rise, out through Britons and up over Hilltop as they, like I said, to bomb their way back down to the Hislops chicane. And there is the look to the left-hand side of Marcelo Pagno. We haven't seen this play out too well from Movano. This time, though, Correa's going to back out as Pagno goes too deep and overshoots the chicane big time. Wasn't ever going to make that corner. I was wondering why Correa's backing out so early. Well, now we know it wasn't him backing out early. It was Pagno missing the breaking point.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Well, his teammate made a mistake into that chicane. Now Pagno's made a mistake into that chicane, and yeah, so many people have ran wide that chicane and just went through the runoff, and it's very surprised. But still, on the other hand, it's gave us a bit of a mix-up up at the front in the top three with Techno leading and Chapman second, and Herman sitting in the top three with Blamont having a great run in fourth.
It's such an interesting race this has turned out to be, right? I mean, it's all falling apart for SRC Movano. Linus Techno and Dave Chapman have the potential here to get a serious points gap run down to Brandon Hawken, who is still fighting it out for 5th place. You're right on board, or you were right on the board there for a moment with Julian Blamond as Mateo Herman tries to fend up the road. Here is Brandon Hawken, 5th place. Best he can make at the moment is going to be 3rd place. No way are we going to be all the way up to guys like Dave Chapman and Linus Techno before this race concludes, right? I mean, this has just been a phenomenal battle. It's been a great recovery effort from Hawken, but at best, he's getting 3rd.
Yeah, absolutely. Excuse me. Herman in 3rd at the moment, and still, as a comment, we're in the just about final 3.5 minutes of this race, but this battle for 3rd place between Herman, Blamont and Hawken and Carrera is still going on. It's absolutely fantastic stuff to watch, because it looks like we might have a change of position into the chicane. Herman manages just to hold on to the position, but Blamont absolutely is just not giving up, and Hawken, I don't be surprised if you see him get a run heading down to the final corner and possibly make a move up the inside of Blamont.
Well, yellow flags being waited to the Hislop chicane, and I saw Simon Etches topple down the timing boards. What's happened to the number 5 car? Apparent issues for himself, and I think it might be race done, as still has not exited. Just now exited Knickerbrooke. You ride on board with Brandon Hawken looking for the inside on Julian Blamont, trying to find the inside of the number 36 car for Lodge. Not happening this time around, though, potentially in a run up to turn 1.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, Essie's there just made a mistake in the chicane by the looks of it, and they just watching the replay now of Simon heading down to the chicane. I wonder if he turned in too early and just clipped the tyres. Yeah, he clips the tyres.
Wow, ripped the right front tire clean off. Look at that, completely destroyed the suspension. That's gonna be a race ender for Esches. There you heard it. That is not a pleasant sound to hear, and completely destroyed right front. Sparks were flying, and well, that'll do it. That'll be an unfortunate end to Simon Esch's day. The battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th rages on. Hawken tried to find the outside of Julian Blamont for oil shells. Didn't work, so he instead switched up, tried to go for the crossover. This time, out through Britons and up to Hilltop. He might be able to have a solid run. Up for Julian Blamont, up and over the rise. And down for the Hislop chicane, looking on board for the back end of Mateo Herman in this drag race down the hill. Advantage, Brandon Hawken on the brakes. Is it too deep? This time gets it stopped in time, and that'll be a pass up for 4th.
Yeah, and Mateo Herman possibly might have flipped the inside tyres ever so slightly. Might have just rubbed them, but still managing to keep going. And Blamont lost the position to Hawken, but still sitting in P5 at the moment, having a great race. And Hawken, I think he's pretty much just pushing like crazy now to try and close that gap down to Herman. And I think if he gets close enough, he'll try and make a move in that run up to the back straight chicane.
And You can now see here Matteo Hermann will continue to try to get a pass done here. I believe this is going to be the final lap now of this race. So this is where you have to get desperate. You have to start to get your hands dirty here. Brandon Hawken wants a third place, needs a third place to maintain the massive points gap he currently has coming into VIR, so he can be potentially safe in his bid for a championship. Hermann swinging out wide. Here comes Hawken trying to mount the charge up for the island bend. I don't think it'll happen around here to the island bend. He might try to force the issue there. Nope, thinks better of it. Stucks it in behind the VC17 sim racing driver. That is a very wise move for Brandon Hawken. Set him up for his laps. You've been good there throughout today. Get the run there. And you saw Hermann running wide. This is the popcorn seat to watch from Julian Blamont. Front row seat, front row tickets that he didn't even ask for. Trying to watch this battle for third place develop. You see Matteo Hermann still trying to defend, looking left, looking right. Brandon Hawken will have to make this one around the outside line, up to the Hislops chicane, deeper on the brakes. The battle of the late bringers is on. Hawken too deep into the grass, maybe with two tires, just gets that thing stopped. Hermann's got the run though, out through Nickerbrook, trying to see if he can defend against the 98. This could prove to be a heads-up grudge match. Here comes Blamont trying to find some speed as well in the battle for third on the final lap of the race. This is gonna get all sorts of tighter out through Druids. And can the 221 mount the charge on Brandon Hawken coming into the final corner? So close. The gap between these two thinner than the air at the top of Mount Everest. Linus Tech now gonna win the race out of the final corner. Crosses the finish line. Hawken made for third. Up into the battle for launch. And it's still gonna be a fierce fight between the two drivers. Brandon Hawken still holds the outside line. Has got the inside up the hill. It's a drag race to the line for third. But Hermann's gonna hold on.
That was a fantastic battle in the final lap between those two, and that could have ended up worse than it looked with them getting so close. But still, great battle between those two guys, and congratulations to Linus Techno taking a well-deserved win.
What an absolutely phenomenal battle for a third-place finish. What a way to end the race here from Oulton Park. Take a look now at your post-race results. You got Tech now winning the race by 4 seconds over Dave Chapman. Took the lead early and set sail. Did exactly what he needed to do to take a win tonight. I believe his first win of the season, as a matter of fact. Theo Hermann down in third place with Brandon Hawken in fourth. Julian Blamont in fifth with Jorge Correa down in sixth. Simon Erpelding, who rounded his race out in seventh place. Marcelo Pagnan, what could have been for the SSC Movano Corsa driver. So many misfortunes on race 2, season finish in 8th. Derek Gintili is in 9th. Nick Martin, the last driver on the lead lap, down in 10th place. Hans Pullman down in 11th place then, and Simon Eschus in 12th. Tom Stanley and Nils Pine rounding out the 14-car field here from Oulton Park for the final time today. What an absolute barnstormer of a battle, though.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a great race between Hawken and Hermann on the final lap, and I thought Hawken might have had that possibly, but still, Hermann never gave up and he managed to hold on, and yeah, fantastic stuff.
So just wait and see if these drivers will opt to pop on up here to the commentary booth, potentially give us a bit of a chit chat here at the end of what was an absolutely insane race from Oulton Park. And it's not over, right? I mean, this is by far only the start of racing action throughout the course of the night. You still got the 1,000 kilometers of Barcelona that is going to be having a solid run themselves out throughout the course of the day. Remember, I mean, you got yourself that 1,000-kilometer race coming up in just a few moments' time, and that could be an entertaining race in of its own right. Multi-class racing, of course, and it's the race I think a lot of people are going to be excited for. So this will be, it should be an entertaining race, and a whole about 6-7 hours of racing coming on up. Plenty for everybody to look forward to. Yeah,
absolutely. This would be a great race, and there's plenty of passing opportunities around Barcelona, but with multi-class racing as well, I think drivers will have to be very, very careful as well. But it's like you say, 7 hours of racing coming up, and it should be great racing.
Should be some phenomenal racing coming on up here in just a few moments' time. So as we get set to close things out here from the IVRA Club Cup here at Oulton Park, of course, it is going to be an intense championship battle coming on up for the ClubSport Series coming up in just a couple of weeks' time on November 27th for the season finale. For now, though, it is time to say farewell from Oulton Park here. I'm Inola Repo with Ryan Walker beside me in the commentary box. Ryan Bauer, behind the cameras for the Club Cup. We'll be behind the cameras as well for the endurance race. That's coming up in just a few moments, so stick with us and don't go away. 1,000 kilometers coming up for you in just a moment.
Welcome to the IVRA Endurance Series 1000 kilometres of Barcelona. My name is Peter Mackay, and joining me today on this RaceSpot TV broadcast is Lorenzo Bonder and special guest Ryan Walker. Your producer today is Ryan Bauer, using the excellent track cameras provided by the ever-talented Dougie Beard. Lorenzo, I should bring you in first. We are well into this IVRA Endurance Series. We had an absolute thriller at the Red Bull Ring a couple of weeks ago, and your expectations for this round today?
Well, so first and foremost, let me just mention we are using the best layout of Barcelona. It's not the one with the dreadful chicane. It's the one that uses the old little right-hand turn after you are gone into the third to last right-hand corner of the track. Gonna be an interesting one to watch. Traffic should be key here, like we saw at Red Bull Ring, but I think it makes it easier because you don't have the chicane, so you don't have that big attrition that you would normally have coming down to the final sector.
So we've got three different classes of car here in the IVRA Endurance Series, headed up by the Lara P217 prototype. Nearly 600 horsepower, carbon fibre construction and huge aerodynamic grip as well. Watch for some really quick lap times from that class. Then we have the GTEs, the soon-to-be defunct GTE category in the global world of motor racing. We have the big BMW M8, which is bowing out at Petit Le Mans as we speak. The Chevrolet Corvette C8R and the ever-wonderful Porsche 911 RSR, the 4-litre flat six musical instrument. Then we have the GT3, where we have the brand new BMW M4, which will be making its debut stateside next week at the 24 Hours of Sebring. The now what seems like a part of the furniture, the Lamborghini Huracan Evo, the Mercedes AMG, the big monster from Afterback, and the Porsche 911 GT3R. So whatever fan you are of whichever brand of car, it's likely that we will have it here for you. At the moment, HyperX Tech Racing, they sit on top of the standings at 251 points, with Pure Sim Esports not too far behind in second. VRS Satellite Racing, Impulse Racing and Alpine Stars Geodesic round out your top five, but pretty close there in the midfield. But HyperX Tech in control at the moment after a thrilling 1,000 kilometres of the Red Bull Ring. In GTE, well, it's Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing who lead by just 9 points from Maniti Racing. Team RSO are in third, HyperX Tech in fourth, and RSR by G Performance, they round out your top five in the GTE category. Finally, in the GT3 standings, again, it's Alpine Stars Geodesic. They hold a tiny advantage, just 9 points from Maniti Racing. Pure Sims Esports sit in third with their Lamborghini. Fiercely Forward are in fourth, and Hell Racers, the Scandinavian Hell Racers, they are in fifth position at the moment in the GT standings. So what to expect today then? 1,000 kilometres around this Catalunya circuit, but we'll finally look at our GT3 Pro standings. Archer Brothers leading the way in that championship by 21 points, with Sim Republic in third, 49 Motorsports fourth, and Maniti Racing sitting back in the fifth position at the moment. So, why don't we bring in, gives me a lot of joy, bring in the other half of Double Scotch, and everyone watching on RaceSpot TV today, do send your very best wishes to Lorenzo Bonder, because he's stuck with two Scotsmen. Ryan Walker, welcome to the programme.
Thanks very much. That was a great welcome to bring me in. But yeah, it's a pleasure to be alongside you, Peter. I know we've commentated on broadcasts before and other series, but looking forward to this one. Looking forward to watching this series today. And with three classes on the track, it's going to be hectic, that's for sure.
And the question is, Ryan, how many gallons of Scotch are we going to drink watching Petit Le Mans later?
Well, I'm being sensible for once and not drinking, so you're on your own, pal. But I think you'll probably get through a lot.
Yes, that means I'll probably have to have double Scotch in your absence.
Yeah,
well, yes, we of course promote responsible.
You guys were more of a bourbon.
Yeah, we're not as insular as people think we are in Scotland. We're actually very open-minded, Lorenzo. You'll find that, yes, indeed. Well, we're about just 7.5 minutes from the end of the critical LMP2 qualifying session, and at the moment, what are the times looking like, Lorenzo?
There's going to be an interesting one because now the time is within, I think, in the LMP field are very, very, very close. So you guys are going to see basically, I think it is 0.7 of a second that separates the entire LMP2 field. There's a little bit of a separation in the GTEs, more than a second. I think 1.5 seconds separates the GTE field from first to last. And GT3 Pro is going to be very interesting because it is a little bit of a mix-up. There are a few cars from the GT3M involved in it, so it's going to be a very interesting race for the GT3s because you don't have a clear favorite right there.
No, it's extraordinary looking at the timing tower. Some of the gaps separated by thousandths of a second rather than hundredths. Incredible around this very technical challenge of Grand Prix circuit. I mean, Ryan, you watch endurance racing from all over the world. Catalonia is a circuit that's been used in European Le Mans Series in the past, the Le Mans Series as it was called about 10 or 15 years ago, but if there's a reason why so many teams go testing here, because it tests every part of a car's performance.
Yeah, absolutely does. And like you said, we've had racing here and before, like the old Le Mans Series, you say, and also the European Le Mans Series, and not just the European Le Mans Series, but we've had GT racing here, GT Open and GT World Challenge, and yes, absolutely provided great racing. And like you say, some teams use this track for testing and testing stuff like reliability, speed, that sort of thing, and it's a track that's quite used formally for other series as well. But today it will be hosted the IVRA series, and it should be close racing in every class.
Now, of course, if my memory serves me correct, this is where Max Verstappen scored his first Formula One win. Yep. Yes, but of course, Dad Jos won here as well. He won with Peter van Merkstein in the 2008 Le Mans Series in my favourite car, the Porsche RS Spider. And Jos the boss was so much faster in that car than everybody else, showing that despite being out the cockpit for a few years, Jos the boss still had it.
Yeah, it was a pleasure to see. I think Max won with the age of 18 years old. I think he was just recently turned 18 in comparison to some other people. But seeing him and his dad win is going to be an interesting one, as we probably going to have our grid lined up for everybody to take a look at.
Okay, let's see how they start then for this 1,000 kilometres of Barcelona here at the Circuit de Catalunya. Daniel Kraft on pole position for Pure Sims Esports by just over 1/10 of a second from the very, very quick number 56 Impulse Racing crew led by Timo Hayden. Delatraz Alexandra will start third for Delta Sport with AJ Lawal for Apex Tech rounding out row 2. And row 3 will be Paul Darling and Cedric Nebelsiak for VRS Satellite Racing and Team RSO. Element Sim Racing Fire will start 7th alongside private label Team Hype on row 4. Row 5 will be Alpine Stars Geodesic with Hell Racers Tershine rounding out the top 10. And row 6 will be Johnny Waters and Maximilian Fritz for Quasar Sim Racing and 5-Star Motorsport. 0.7 of a second covering the top dozen. Incredible. Christoph Mons for Phoenix Racing will start from 13th, followed by Luke Krause for Fiercely Forward, and rounding out the 15-car LMP2 grid, Fabio Iotti for PND Racing. In the GTEs, well, it's Porsche on top. A Porsche 1-2-3 GSR by Hetzner. Tobias Ogorodnik on pole position with RSR by G Performance in second. Kirill Kolobuksov for Apex Tech in third. And Ruben Bonga, Manatee Racing BMW in fourth. Niels Carstensen for RSO by V-Rig will start from 5th with Joey Petrick in the 6th position. So lots of Porsches in that top group. Bo Rieger for Alpine Stars Geodesic will start 7th with Dennis Geressen in the BMW for Virtual Motorsport, followed by Phoenix Racing Porsche, not an Audi, Porsche, in 9th with Samba Racing Team 10th, and the first of the Corvettes actually I should say, in 11th, Team Heusingveld, 1.8 seconds off the pace, so difficult start to the day for Corvette. GT3, well, it's all Porsches again. 1-2. Tim Matska for Manatee Racing on pole by 0.3 of a second from Manuel Vigo for Alpine Stars Geodesic. Stain Ledger for Pure Sims and Maxi Marriott for Fiercely Forward are your second row, with Impulse Racing locking out row 3 with their very colourful Lamborghini Hurricanes. And the last few then, 5-star Motorsport, Lamborghini and Archer Brothers BMW start on row 4, with Vector by RSR and VRS Satellite Racing rounding out row 5. Last few then, Magnus Wahlström starting from 13, Florian Hohn, Zach Schaller as well, and the last few circling through lots of cars in GT3, our biggest category. We're coming to the green flag, ready to go racing for 1,000 kilometres in the Catalan sun. Green, green, green. We are racing here at Catalunya, and Pure Sims will lead us away. Aha, a little bit caught me out there. Pure Sims Racing finally lead us away. There we go, green, green, green. And Daniel Kraft leads it down towards turn 1. Very tricky braking zone here. Got to lean on the brakes as Impulse Racing, Timo Hayden having a little bit of a look there, but can't quite get it done into turn 1. But the prototypes, oh, big stack up. Big old stack up as well, and a number of cars off there, Lorenzo.
Yeah, lots of cars. I count at least 3 or 4 LMPs involved in this as well, as GTs are about to get into it, so it's going to be a little bit of an interesting one, but there's no cars in the surroundings. But everybody getting clean and unscathed as we are now watching the GT3 starts.
Yeah, GT3 guys showing how it's done there at the moment. GTE, sorry. Yeah, GTE in the middle class, and good start for the Porsche 911 RSR there of German sim racing Tobias Ogorodnik. So the 911 RSR getting hit with quite a big balance of performance adjustment, but no such problem on qualifying pace. But Maniti BMW up into second position as well. Watch out for the straight line speed of the big BMW M8, the Munich missile. But the GT3s will be getting started as well. A big field of those GT3 cars as well, hoping to get through clean.
So far, so good for the GT3s. And you were mentioning about the Porsches getting that BOP. Mainly due to the reason that the Mercedes kind of struggles in this track, despite being a big block M V8 car and is in the front wheel, but it has its struggles in this current moment of the season with BOP as it is. So it needed something to bring the balance back with the GT3s.
That it does, yeah. There's, of course, we'll talk about balance of performance as we get through the few opening laps. We're riding on board with the BMW M4 Stain Ledger in the Pure Sims machine. And interesting, actually, Ryan, to see Pure Sims making the switch to the BMW. They've been very much advocates of the Lamborghini Huracan of late, and got a lot of setup data for that car, but making the switch over to BMW.
Yeah, I was quite surprised by that, considering that they've been racing, or they raced the Lamborghini in the World GT Championship, and they're making the switch to the BMW, like you mentioned, Peter. But at the moment, it doesn't seem to be hindering them too much because they're right up there.
No, definitely not. Definitely no problem at all for Pure Sims. Of course, a very, very impressive outfit owned by 3-time British touring car champion Ash Sutton. To ride on board the driver's eye view of Kirill Kotlobuksov at the moment. He's driving the Porsche 911 RSR, sitting in 4th at the moment, so just dropped back 1 spot from his qualifying position. But Lorenzo, so far Porsche is looking very strong in the GTE category.
Yeah, looking really strong at the start of the race, but let me just mention, there is when we were talking about the BMW being right in the mix of that, I didn't expect the Bonga train to have such a really good start and go from P4 all the way up to P2. But it's a track that I think kind of favors the Porsche, especially with the drag coming down the long straight here. So it's a track that I think for Bonga he needs to be more into a mental game and a strategy game than anything else to try to get away from those Porsches, even though they're struggling on the first few corners.
Yeah, of course, these GTE machines are really quite aero sensitive. They really rely on the aerodynamic grip, so sometimes it's easy to pick up a bit of dirty air from the cars in front. Back at the front in LMP2, we've got a big breakaway at the front after that stack up early on. The prototype machines, Pearson's Esports Daniel Kraft leads the way with Timo Hayden right behind, but already 2.5 seconds back to the third place car, private label team hype Connor Harrington at the wheel of that machine. We will have a look for you in a moment of what happened at the start, because it looked a heck of a mess, Ryan, and normally we don't normally see that in the early stages with the top prototype guys.
You're absolutely not, and yeah, it just looked like from what I was, from my end anyway, looking at the replay, it just looks like there was a bit of a bottleneck effect into turn 1, and everyone just got bunched up, and unfortunately several drivers that are involved got spun out or had contact. But as I look at the replay heading down to turn 1, it looks to be under braking. It seems to all kick off or in the middle of turn 1 and turn 2, but looking at it from above, it looks like the Pure Sims Esport car just had slight contact and it kicked off.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think it might have been the Delta Sport car was definitely involved. A little bit of innocent bystander, I would say, Lorenzo there. Now, forgive me, was that the Apex Tech car that spun?
Yeah, the Apex car made contact during the transition from 1 and 2 with one of the cars, and immediately spun around. I think that was making contact with the Impulse Racing. Once it made a contact, it started spinning around. Delta Sport was the first one, and then bottlenecked everything.
Yeah, and it's said that it's so difficult through there because it's just all one line, and yeah, very easy. If one car goes broadside, it's quite a long car as well in LMP2, so when it's broadside it covers a lot of the circuit. And yeah, it's Impulse Racing getting off there quite lightly. They just got tagged from the back, and yeah, it looks like they've got through it without damage. But great view here, thanks to our producer Brian Bauer and our cameraman Dougie Beard. You see the level of information that you see of the Porsche 911 RSR, and this isn't even the latest model. This is the RSR 17, which is a 4-litre engine. The RSR 19 goes up to a 4.2. But yeah, you've got everything you need there. You've got the fuel usage per lap, you've got tyre pressure, you've got tyre temperature, even fuel use, fuel left. It's a very, very clever system, and yeah, it gives the driver everything that they need. And I believe that the RSR 19, Ryan, was actually designed by, the ergonomics were designed by Nick Tandy, but then he went off to go and drive for somebody else.
Yep, I heard that story as well, and yeah, that was a bit of a funny time, and you could say to go off and join Corvette, but still, it's still a clever system nevertheless, and I take my hat off to him.
Yeah, one of the best GT drivers, I think, in endurance history, actually, Nick Tandy. I think that wouldn't be an outrageous suggestion. So, back in the GT3s, it's very much follow the leader, and Manatee Racing lead the way. Tim Matske at the top of the order at the moment, leading by about 1.5 seconds from Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Gold. Miguel Vigo with Stain Ledger in the Pure Sims BMW in third, and Manatee in a Porsche. So used to saying Manatee BMW, but Tim Matske leading the way in this beautiful 911 GT3R. Of course, Carl's had a lot of success this year, winning the Nürburgring 24 Hours in the hands of Kevin Esch, Matteo Cairoli and Michael Christensen, and winner of the Sebring 12 Hours also. Can it win today at Petit Le Mans? Whoa, we're riding on board with Vladimir Podomenko. Oh, dearie me. Well, it's I think we'll listen, Lorenzo, to the song of the Lamborghini rather than my song, because 5.2 litre V10 in the back of this machine, it's a proper animal.
It's a proper animal, as we're going to look at the board to return number 8. It makes a great noise. This is one of the things I like about, I think, this current state of I'm probably going to say motoring of sorts, Peter, because right now I don't think you can find a dull engine.
Oh, it's getting very heavy there for P1 in the LMP2 category. Look, here comes Timo Hayden trying to get through on the Pure Sims car of Daniel Kraft. And I think he's going to get this done in the stadium section. Very difficult to pass through here, but I think he has. Yep, he has indeed used the traffic to his advantage. So Timo Hayden, but he's going to get blocked here by the Mercedes, minding its own business. And here comes Daniel Kraft again. It's an absolute drag race down towards turn 1. Oh, Lorenzo. Oh. Dear, oh dear. This is absolutely extraordinary stuff. Lorenzo, this is not what we're used to seeing. It's normally very calm at this stage.
Yeah, but I'm quite surprised to see them catching very, very early on the GT3 AM traffic. So you can see them navigate through the Team 11, 911 GT3R. They just passed. The one that got blocked by Timo was actually the Torque Freak AMG. And now everything gets a little bit closer because now you have a sea of M4s, G911 GT3Rs to overtake. So you can get a little bit closer, but you can see the security out of Timo Hayden to, you know, I'm going to lose a few seconds, but I want to do this as safe and soundly as possible.
I have to say, Timo Hayden is making the difference here as well, as the traffic is, yeah, very, very tight indeed. But Daniel Kraft is hanging.
I mentioned about Timo and he killed the GT3.
Oh dear. Well, we'll get a look. We'll get a look at that for you. Here we go then. Great work from our producer Ryan Bauer. So we're riding on board on the nose of Timo Hayden. Look at this. This is proper hornet's nest trying to get through here. Makes a clean run through and then up towards the Lacacia hairpin. Now you can see Daniel Kraft getting away. Is this maybe a little bit of desperation? Locks it up in the brakes, doesn't make his mind up. And that's just a late decision there, Ryan, and that's always dangerous to do that.
Yeah, excuse me, that's the thing with lapping the GT traffic as well. It's kind of, if you're going to lap GT traffic, you've got to commit, or you can't really, you can't kind of like hesitate. You've kind of just got to commit or back up, not do anything silly. But at the moment, I think Timo will be getting slightly frustrated losing time in the traffic, but we've still got a long way in this race to go. But the top two in the LMP class are treating it like a sprint.
Yeah, well, this is modern day endurance racing, isn't it? You can't afford to give any quarter, because look at the Pure Sims car of Daniel Kraft. He's bolting away, and Hayden's just trying to pick his way through. The thing was there that was looked at the footage again, and just this, it was a very light tap there, but it was enough to send the GT3 car around, riding on board with the private label machine. And all I can think of, Ryan, here with private label is like it just sounds like they've got a Scotch sponsor.
Yeah, pretty much. I was going to let you say it rather than me, but yeah, I was glad you were thinking the same thing. But looking at the battle for 7th in LMP2 as well at the moment, it's the Delta Sport Phoenix Racing, Hales Racers and VRS Satellite Racing, and yeah, it's really close further back in the pack as well. And there's been some close calls, but nevertheless, these guys are just keeping it clean.
I have to say, I love this, that we have a Phoenix racing car. The Phoenix racing team, of course, a staple endurance racing team in the real world of motor racing, and they're now embracing the world of virtual motorsport. Now, I think we should have a RaceSpot TV swear jar for every time that, most likely me, but somebody else who says the Phoenix Racing Audi, because they're so synonymous with Audi that it's very, and they run a number 5 as well. I love that they're running their real race number 2. Frank Stippler and Patrick Kolb have been so impressive. Vincent Kolb, my apologies, have been very impressive so far this season in the NLS, but they're actually based, folks, they're actually based just on the right-hand side of the Dottinger Hole Straight at the Nordschleife, so they are a proper Nordschleife team through and through. But with the world of endurance racing changing, we are seeing them actually running in prototype in the real world as well. So what will that mean for future? You can put answers on a postcard. This is amazing footage. You see that for the GT cars, it's just so busy all the time. You've got to keep your eyes on the mirrors, keep your eyes ahead, waiting for anything to happen. And of course, Lorenzo, we've got 2 GT classes, GTE and GT3, which causes another problem with traffic.
Yeah, especially for the GT3s, because you're the slower traffic, of course, and you have to kind of like get bullied by the mid-tiers in the GTEs and the LMPs. pretty much on an hourly or lap basis, so it's a little bit tricky how to navigate, especially in a track like this, as we're seeing the Hellraiser Tershine team try to follow down on the straight, which is the Phoenix Racing Esports, and Christopher Mons right ahead of him. And again, you have to kind of navigate and calculate your overtake, especially in a track that has a lot of hairpins, and those hairpins kind of invite for those dives, right? So it's going to be a little bit tricky one for you to time that up properly. So I would say for the start, I think it's going to be more calm than what we saw in the Red Bull Ring, even though we saw a few contacts happen already. But I do believe this might become a big factor whatever the second half of the race comes, because 219 laps, we expect them right around a 7-hour race of sorts. So I think by the second half, where we can see those mistakes be more frequent.
Well, it's good to see the private label team running in third at the moment. Private label team Hype, driven by Connor Harrington, in third position, and quite a famous team boss and team owner, Tommy Milner. Now, we saw Tommy driving for the team in the Sebring 12 Hours virtual a couple of weeks ago, and I doubt we'll see Tommy in the car today, Ryan, because he's a bit busy today.
Yeah, he's a bit busy with racing at Royal Atlanta in the Petit Le Mans event, racing for the Corvette Racing Factory team. And so yeah, busy with that, but still it's good to see real life drivers like Tommy getting involved in the virtual world and giving it a go.
Absolutely, and yeah, it could be quite good for him to get a look at this Catalonia circuit.
Can I give it a little bit of a shout out though? Real quick shout
Okay.
out. Shout out to Tyler Maxson, who just got a podium in the TCRs, by the way, our race spot's own Tyler Maxson, one of our producers. And I think he's racing today as well.
He is. He's racing in the IMSA Prototype Challenge as well for the first time and going super fast. Yeah, Tyler Maxson, if you're watching, folks, and you're going to be tuning in to some of the IMSA action over the weekend, give a cheer on our boy Tyler Maxson, because yeah, he is fast, and it's just annoying, Ryan. He's a fast driver. He's good on the switches in our production booth. I mean, wouldn't it be nice to be able to have so many talents like that?
Yeah, and he's only 17 as well, which makes it even more impressive. So he's multi-talented, you could say.
Yes, absolutely. I've got one thing. Yes, one thing we would love. But Hellracers Tershine, Nicholas Helm running in the top 10 at the moment. I think that's the Phoenix car. Yes, it is. It's the Phoenix prototype just ahead there, trying to make their way through the GTE traffic. And Lorenzo, try and explain to us, to our viewers, I mean, where is the difference in lap time? We can see it quite vividly there, where the LMP2 cars can blow by on the straight, but actually the bigger closing speeds can often come in the high speed corners normally. I mean, where else should we look out where there's going to be tangles between these different classes?
So we expect to see the big difference, well, first and foremost here on turn 3. I would say also maybe turn 4, depending how you take turn 4, because the wider arc can give you a little bit of a tighter runoff into going to turn number 5, where I think the cars are pretty much equal. The speed difference makes it up, though. They're not the speed, but the acceleration difference makes it up. I think La Caixa might be another corner that for entry might sound a little bit tricky, but on the exit, the LMPs just storm really quickly out of the gate. So you can have an idea. The leading GT3 did a 137.4 on the previous lap, whereas the leading LMP did a 129. So that's right about 8 or 7 seconds and a half differences on the start, and for the GT3s is nearly 10 seconds, 10 to 11 seconds per lap. So it is such a big difference, especially on this final corner though, where the difference, I think, is the biggest one in the whole race.
Yeah, it's interesting looking at the difference in lap times here, where they overlap. There's only 2 or 3 seconds per lap between the GT3 and the GTE machines, and yeah, that can be a tricky one as well, because what are the differences? You think, what on earth is a GTE compared to a GT3? Well, at the moment we're riding on board with Jesse Jones. He's driving the RSR by G Performance Porsche, the 911 RSR. This is the ultimate GT racing car that Porsche produce. In fact, at this moment in time, it's the ultimate racing car that Porsche produce, and no, the Formula E car doesn't count. You could go and buy one of these if you had an allocation from Porsche Motorsport. They're sold to customers to race around the world. There's the GT3. Now, there's only a few differences between them. As you can see, the bodywork's a little bit different, but the main thing is the ABS. You've got ABS and ABS is something you have on the GT3 car, but not on the GTE, which can sometimes cause some issues, Ryan, in the braking zone in a multi-class race like this, where the GT3s with that ABS, they can really lean on the pedal. Yeah,
they pretty much can. They can brake later as well, just because they've got that ABS to assist them. So when they're being locked by faster class cars like the LMP2, for example, it can cause a bit of a problem. But it's just the nature of multi-class racing. It's a bit of a case of give and take.
Now, Lorenzo, did you see Valentino Rossi, 9-time world champion, who will be racing his final MotoGP race tomorrow at Valencia? Did you see him on iRacing this week? Have you seen this picture?
I have not, but I heard the rumblings.
Yes. So, Ryan, have you seen it?
What was the question, sorry?
So, have you seen Valentino Rossi on iRacing this week?
I have, actually. That's a good point you mentioned that. I was going to bring that up, but I wasn't sure if you guys heard about it already. But that was pretty cool to see, and I think if the rumours are true, he might be looking at possibly racing at Le Mans at the not too distant future.
Well, last time he actually got in the car, if I recall correctly, was in a Ferrari, and the last time he actually got into a Ferrari F1 car, wasn't he just right about 2 seconds or a second slower than what the drivers made on practice on the weekend with that car?
Yeah, he's always been pretty quick. I love the story about when he was when he was in his prime, I would say, for motorbike racing, but thought about going across to Formula One and did a test at Fiorano, and he basically put on Michael Schumacher's helmet so that he wouldn't be detected by the Italian press, but they still caught him anyway. And when he got home to Tavuglia, he got a big row from his mother, who said, "Valentino, you look very silly today trying to pretend to be Michael Schumacher." Which I thought was very, very, very funny. But yes, he was not driving a Ferrari on iRacing, he was driving a Porsche. So will we see him in a Weissach machine next year? Oh, I wonder. We shall see. We shall see. Well, let us know who are your picks for the race here at the Circuit de Catalunya in Barcelona, just outside the village of Montmeló, on the outskirts of Barcelona. Let us know who your picks are in each class. I've got a few guesses, so I can see a few familiar faces in our RaceSpot TV chat, so do let us know. Ryan Walker, who are your picks? Who are you looking out for in each class?
So many good teams in each class, but LMP2, I'm going to go for Impulse Racing. I mean, they're one of those teams that are quick. You've got drivers like Timo Hayden in that class and that car, but you also got someone that I really know and that I've raced against in the past in some racing is Lee Morris. So a good driving combination in that car. So that's my pick. But GTE, I would probably go for Maniti Racing, and GT3, I'm going to have to go for Fiercely Forward.
Ooh, yeah, very good call. Very good call indeed. Lorenzo, who are you looking out for?
In each class or in general?
Let's go for each class.
Alright, each class, I'm probably going to put my eyes on a private label Team Hype until Josh Machin makes a mistake on the pit lane. I had to take that shot, otherwise if it wasn't me, if Arjuna was here, that probably would have been Arjuna. I had to listen to my voice and my conscience make a little bit of a pun. GT, it's going to be an interesting one. I'm going to put my eyes on RSR. I think they're going to have a really good race over here. And in GT3 Pro and M, I'm going to put my eyes on Pure Sims, and M, I'm going to put my eyes on Archer Brothers. They're doing really good.
Okay, interesting. Who am I going to pick, I wonder? Well, I think I'm going to go with Ryan's call on Impulse. I think Impulse they were so close at the Red Bull ring. I think they're on in LMP. GTE, Manatee, I think, and then Pure Sims in GT3. I'm sure we'll all be wrong.
Yeah, most likely I picked the wrong ones whenever they win, or I have what is called the infamous Lorenzo curse whenever I pick racers. Surely the private label team hype guys will hate the fact that I'm actually picking them again for something, because the last time I picked the private label team hype driver, I actually killed him of sorts. In sim, people, by the way, let me just say this. And I had to make a really long letter, not really, to apologize to the driver.
Yes, so I thought I'd let you cover up, cover your tracks there, Lorenzo. As you can see, this is a proper dogfight in the LMP2 category. Private label team hype cutting through with Team RSO in hot pursuit here. This is the battle for third overall and in LMP2 as they swoop through the chicane and up towards the Campsa corner and then down towards the La Casia hairpin, or the hairpin, if you're a MotoGP fan, the hairpin where Jorge Lorenzo took out half the field.
Had to be a Lorenzo.
Yeah, it was a proper bowling ball job there. Well, I think it was Lorenzo. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Lorenzo. Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised because he has Lorenzo in its name.
True. Wrecking Ball Lorenzo. Yeah, different Lorenzo, first name rather than second name. Yeah, absolutely. As you can see, the Manatee Porsche of Tim Matska giving plenty room there for the LMP2 cars to come through. And down towards turn 1 they go. 18 laps in to the 219 laps. Now, we do have the potential, guys, of a safety car intervention. Now, Lorenzo, this is it's a tricky one because it can play huge implications into the strategy for the teams.
Yeah, it does, especially given the fact that I think a good portion of the cars are ending their first stint, so I think showing a yellow flag would kind of like reset everybody in terms of fuel and tires going for the stint. I think an LMPs can take right around, I would say 23 laps more or less in terms of a stint whenever they are on the track, especially with this start. GT3s and GTEs can go a little bit longer nearby the hours, so it's going to be an interesting one to watch. So it's going to be an interesting one because what we saw in the Red Bull ring, and I'm trying to make a little bit of a different comparisons. On the Red Bull ring, I think we had an early yellow flag of sorts, so that threw a little bit of a wrench in the mix for some of the teams, especially it brought those teams that had the incidents pre-race and lap 1 back, as we see the Vector by RSR in the pit lane. I think that is a not programmed pit stop, but I do think it will become a factor because if I recall correctly, due to those yellow flags and pit stops, it brought the win to Apex Tech Racing, if I recall correctly.
Yes, that was a strategical battle as well as on track, and yeah, Apex Tech and Impulse, that battle for P2 honours was just was stunning. Now, it hasn't been such a good day for the 13 car. AJ Lawal, Apex Tech Racing, down in last in class at the moment, about 44 seconds back from the next car, but has already been in pit lane for 57 seconds in the lane, 36 in the stall. So just taken, that was quite early on in the race, so the majority of that would have been to kind of repair the damage from that early spin. No, I doubt it. That's not very long for repairs, is it?
No, it would need, I think, about 2 minutes or 3 of repairs total.
Well, so they're running wounded. Last lap, 1:29.6. Mind you, they're 1:29.6. They're much faster than those cars ahead of them. So definitely fighting back our Apex Tech, and with 1,000 kilometres to race over, there's plenty of time to go. In fact, we were mentioning that win with Jos the Boss Verstappen and Peter van Merkstein in the RS Spider. That was at the 1,000 kilometres of Catalonia as well. So not only was it the same track, it was exactly the same race as well. I have to say, I did enjoy. I went to the circuit for the MotoGP 3 years ago, and it's Barcelona, very nice city to visit. Either of you chaps been?
I've been to Barcelona, but I've never been to the track. I have heard there's a director in the background boos me, but thanks for that. It's a lovely city, nice people, and I've been to the football stadium, but I've never been to the track. But I've heard good things about it.
Boo.
So wait a minute. So you went to Barcelona, Brian, and you went to watch football instead of motor racing?
No. I went to the football stadium for a tour, but not to watch a match. But yeah, I'll just get back in my little box.
You can hear me. If you can hear my head creaking back and forward, I'm shaking my head right now. It's just terrible. Yeah, terrible.
I can't say anything. I've never been to Barcelona.
Oh. You've got a bit more of an excuse, Lorenzo. It's a bit more of a journey for for you. But it's getting very, very hot and heavy here in the GTEs as they work their way through. You've Bo Rieger in the GTE BMW, a car that, bowing out in the real world today at Petit Le Mans. It's had a limited program in the IMSA GTE or GTLM category, as it's referred to. It's the same car. Unfortunately, Lorenzo, this car, it didn't get the results it really should have done in WEC. It's been quite successful in IMSA with wins at Daytona, etc. But World Endurance Championship, it was not a successful program.
No, it wasn't. I think when we talk about a hyped up program, when they kind of like say this is going to be the difference maker in GTE racing and things like that, because if I recall correctly, they had a somewhat of a successful car in the Z4, right? And I'm trying to remember what car it was. I think in the between, I'm trying to remember if it was the M3 or
it was the M6. They did M6 for a while, for a very short time actually.
Yeah. So seeing the M8, whenever they hyped up the M8 to have strong performance, if I recall correctly, they underperformed in their first race in the Le Mans whenever they made their debut. It was a little bit weird to watch, and they just couldn't bounce back from getting good results. I think they only got like 2 wins, 2-3 wins.
I think only one actually. I seem to remember, maybe even none at all. But it wasn't very many anyway. As our leader Daniel Kraft coming through 3 wide GTEs. To do this for 1,000 kilometers is going to be very mentally taxing. But Ryan, I mean, you watch Le Mans 24 Hours intensely. I mean, why do you think it didn't quite come good?
In my opinion, anyway, I think it was probably a couple of factors, or some factors at least. I think I feel the car was rushed out too quickly. I think they should have spent maybe do what Porsche had done with their LMP program when they first came back in 2014, but they spent 2013 or most of it developing the car. And I think BMW with the M-Tech organisation just rushed it too quickly, and they just wanted the car on track as quickly as possible. But I think M-Tech they were more used to running the DTM program for BMW, but instead of going with Schnitzer, who's had a load of success in GT racing and also touring car racing, as we know.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. It's who you get to run the car is very, very, very important. That's for sure. So this is, of course, here at Barcelona. It's a lot of high-speed corners, a lot of technical sections as well. Very difficult for multi-class racing, and of course with a lap that's only just over a minute and a half, with a packed grid like we have in the IVRA Endurance, Lorenzo. We're going to be watching this. This is going to be a constant conveyor belt of traffic for all of the drivers. I suspect this is going to be the key factor in this race.
I do think so as well. I think It isn't, I think, as convoluted as it was on the Red Bull ring, where you basically got a car every single set of thought that you probably had around the track. Let's just say, oh, there might be a car in the straight. Yeah, there's a car in the straight. Oh, there might be a car on turn number 1 or turn number 2, which is turn number 3 for whatever reasons there is. Yeah, there's a car right there. So over here, I think we might see a patch of, you know, tranquility for some of these drivers, but I do believe when crunch time comes, I think maybe in the final 40 to 30 laps, whenever those final pit stop approaches, and we have to strategize who's going to be good or not on the field, I think will come down to be very, very important to try to cut down time or get away from the competitor driver.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a key thing. It's Kirill Kolobuksov in the Porsche for Apex Tech Racing GT. Just interesting there, Kirill obviously just had a last minute check in the mirror, Ryan, and he actually saw him straighten the wheel up there as the P2 car came through.
I think he went to turn into the final corner and just spotted the LMP car at the last second and just managed to leave enough space. But that's the thing with if you're racing in a GT car, you've got to be on your toes and be very aware, because there's so much going on, and it's just so, like you say, it's so mentally taxing.
Yeah, it certainly is. It certainly is. You can just get an idea, and it doesn't really matter which class you're in. You've got a different job to do. I mean, for the LMP2 cars, it's obviously a bit more obvious here. It's like it's all about getting through it quickly, and you're the one doing all of the passing all of the time. But that obviously has it's you know, it's a little bit more straightforward. You know, get through as quick as you can. But for the GTs, they've got, particularly if you're in the mid-class, Lorenzo, if you're in GTE, you've got cars to overtake. Look at this. This is like downtown Barcelona rush hour. Goodness me. I mean, particularly if you're in GTE, you've got cars to pass and be passed, and being passed quickly is a real skill in itself.
Yeah, and know when to make up the corners to try to make up that time is going to be a guess. But look at the aerial shot provided by Ryan Bauer, and you can see cars everywhere on that final sector, and the drivers try to manage through the traffic, especially that long straight. Or we are still seeing the battle between Team RSL, private label Team Hype, and 5-star not far behind, I think, because of the both cars of the RSL and private label getting clunked up by the traffic. I think bringing in a little bit of a chance to Maximilian Fritz. But now I do have a question, because we saw a small shot of the camera that sits in the back of the cars, right, the GTs. Of course, iRacing doesn't have that the indicators, right, if the car is coming to the right or coming to the left, which car is coming, like we see in the real cars. Do drivers pay attention to that? Because you probably have more interactions with the drivers than probably me and Ryan does.
You do see the place where you do see it most is the Nordschleife. On the Nordschleife, you will get a very much yeah, you'll see that way. It's a Phoenix Audi coming. There we go. The first one in the jar for Phoenix Audi. No, the Phoenix LMP2 car coming through there as well. But yes, I think you'll see it on the Nordschleife a little bit more. And I think that's where it does play a factor. Of course, in the Nordschleife as well, all the cars do have indicators, whereas the prototypes, they don't. But private label, Connor Harrington coming in, so pit window open, and lots of takers for the LMP2s coming in to take service. Now, Ryan, what do we expect here? Would you bother changing any tyres right now, or just a splash and go?
I think it depends what the tyre wear is. I know during the pit stops, you can, if you're spotting or you're driving, you can check the tyre wear during the pit stops, and I think it depends how the tyre wear is. Barcelona, you've got some straights, but also some high-speed corners, so some teams and drivers might change tyres. Other teams and drivers might try and double stint the tyres if the tyre wear is not that bad. But at the moment, I think it looks like most teams are just taking fuel.
Yeah, it seems like it at the moment. I mean, Lorenzo, is that part of your expectations to see a splash and go at the moment?
Yeah, I do expect to see that. One interesting thing though is that we saw some drivers also, what it looks like pure sims made a driver swap. So Daniel Kraft leaving the vehicle, and now Nathan Moore is into the car. But one thing we haven't brought up is the track conditions. I think track and weather conditions that are going to be very important over here, and this is a little bit funny to mention. 18 Celsius on the ambient, so it's a cold weather for relative standards. Of course, time in sim is staying sim is the 13th of November, so it is today. So it is supposed to be slightly cold. Track temperature is 23 Celsius. That's the most impressive part, because it is 1:42 p.m. in the sim, and this is where I expect to see the peak conditions in terms of track temperature.
And what effect that has is that is a pretty low track temperature, but not so low that it would kill the grip. But in fact, this is actually fantastic track conditions for some really fast laps, but also really helps to keep the tyre, it gives the tyre much longer life as well, because when the track temperature gets excessively high, dear viewers, it makes the car very, very loose, very, very slippy, very, very slick. The tyre just can't bite into the surface as well as it can when the track is cooler. Also, you know, you've then therefore got more wear when the track is really hot. So we could actually see double stint, maybe even triple stint for the prototypes. We shall see if that cool temperature continues. This is going to be, we're going to see some really hot pace throughout the race. Also for the GT teams, they run for about an hour on a tank. So we should see them go for, I would think, a double stint before putting on some new boots. So got to take the longer view on it. Now we do have a question coming in from Tsuyoshi Yoing. Hello Tsuyoshi, saying, why is GTE much more expensive than a GT3? That's a very, very good point, because that's of course why we're likely to see GTEs being phased out in favour of a GT3 machine. The main thing is that GTE cars, or GTLM as they're referred to in the United States, they're basically been created to be run by full factory works operations. So in the past we had the Ford Chip Ganassi team, we still have obviously Corvette Racing, the Porsche factory team, and so on. So these cars are designed to be run by a works team rather than a customer team. Therefore, the inherent cost of running with them can be really, really, really much higher, because you'll use more exotic materials, and the parts and things like that are a lot more expensive. Although, Ryan, there is now, I know you're a big Aston Martin fan. I think am I right in saying that the Aston Martin Vantage is one of the few cars that you can convert the same chassis back and forth between a GT3 and a GTE?
Yeah, you absolutely can. I was going to bring that point up. The Aston Martin, the current car that's racing in real life, and GTE and basically GT racing in general, you can convert it from GT3 spec to GTE spec. So, and apparently one of the teams that does that, or has done that in the past, is TS Sport, which is a winner of the Le Mans 24 Hours in GTE AM last season. So they've done it in the past, and they say it's not too difficult, but it does take some time.
And Lorenzo, the prancing horse, Ferrari, you could even do that. That's amazing they can't find an excuse to sell you two cars.
I did not expect.
Did I say that out loud?
No, nobody listened to that, Mr. Bar. Oh, we have a car spun around, by the way. He's reversing back on track on turn number 5 and trying to find which car. The Quasar Sim Racing Hydra is coming back on the track. Let's see if it's going to get a little bit of a mess. No, it doesn't look like it, but I really wanted to get a look on the replay to see what happened. But, we're going to get that replay. Let's take a look at what happened, and then I'll finish up my point of the cars.
Ryan Bauer is just too fast on the draw there. Oh, yeah. There we go. Oh, and a little bump into the wall there. That won't be good for Quasar Sim Racing. I wonder if we'll see them come to pit road, because those walls, that was a concrete wall. That's not good for the wheel damage, suspension. If they get away with that, Quasar Sim Racing, that's a big, big luck. They do have the protective. They do have the protective force shield though of the race spot stickers though. So that will be good. But Quasar Sim Racing, I think,
Yeah, that makes up for every tenth of a second, I would say. Because it is a small sticker, I think they're recovering 0.2 of a second per lap. So, yeah, 30 HP brake horsepower. So they're probably going to get that. Going to be very key for them. Paul Darling, we're seeing right now, trying to catch up to the Element Sim Racing, the only car that went 27 laps in the LMPs, which is going to be, I think, key for them. I think Ryan Walker is probably having a little bit of a chuckle, seeing that they went longer than everybody else in the field. But you were talking about the Ferraris. I think when they made the 488, I think they made it something with the mind of having a car that is like have those multi-functionalities, you know, multi-racing functionalities, where you can switch from the GT back to the GT3 package without having too much of an issue. Of course, you have to make a few switches, but all in all, makes a little bit of a more cost-effective car.
Yes, it does indeed. It's the only cost-effective thing about it. It's, none of them are cheap.
Well,
but,
whenever they're not catching fire as well.
Yes, true. Connor Harrington, now 5th in LMP2 for private team label. Looks like, now have we had everybody into pit lane yet? I'm not sure if we have. Yes, we have. So Impulse Racing, that's interesting. Impulse Racing have taken the lead now by 2.6 seconds, although, Ryan, they have, Timo Hayden has stayed on board, whereas Pearsons have made a driver change with Daniel Kraft swapping out for Nathan Moore. Would that add time onto the pit stop, which has made a difference there?
I think if you're not changing drivers in this stage of the race, I think you'll probably save a little bit of time. Maybe some of the teams that have got only 2 drivers for this race will probably try and do a double stint, even maybe try and do a triple stint. But also the other factor of that as well is you've got to remember about the maximum driving time.
Yes, which I believe is 4 hours per driver, if I'm not mistaken. So that is definitely a factor for this motor race.
Boy!
So we're going to get a replay now. This is the Soul Corvette, the little blue, red, and silver Corvette. Doesn't have quite the same ring to it. So we're getting a pass here between 5-star and private label. So private label having to go out wide. Now, does the 5-star car get by? Yes, it does. There it is on the right hand side. So the 5-star car making its way through traffic and taking, oh my word, that's, well, fortune favours the brave, as they say. Maximilian Fritz, Lorenzo, that was a big move.
Big move, and taking advantage of the traffic, and Connor just found himself boxed out, as we're now going to look what happened. Possibly Team Hoistingfeld, but now Connor apparently got into another entanglement. Oh, so we can see he got stuck behind traffic. I think trying to find which GT3 that car was, and you can see Fritz just diving down on the inside. A little bit frantic right there.
Yeah, the private label car just got absolutely boxed in there. Connor Harrington, and to be fair to Connor Harrington there, Ryan, that was very patient. He could have got a little bit flustered there and taken a silly risk and got involved in a tangle, but that was really good discipline there from the private label driver. Yeah,
that was good heads-up driving and good discipline as well. And like you say, he could have got flustered and made a silly mistake, but kept his cool, just kept out of trouble and managed to keep out of trouble and keep it in one piece.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Keep the wheels turning. This is always, in any endurance race, always apply the Creedence Clearwater Revival strategy. Proud Mary, big wheels, keep on turning. Just keep those wheels turning. As long as the wheels are turning, you're in the race. But if you're halfway up the fence, well, it's not much can happen from there. So 32 laps in here at Catalunya, and as we're approaching the top of the hour, we should be seeing GT pit stops in the not too distant future, and we'll see who's going to be the first to blink on that side of things. Ruben Bonga, he's up into the lead in the BMW. with Jesse Jones in the Porsche in second and Tobias Ogorodnik in third spot at this moment in time.
By the way, I have a little bit of a breaking news though.
Okay, I like this.
Remember when I said that the Lorenzo cars happened? And I picked the RSR team, which is Jesse Jones driving right now as Connor has to fend off Delatraz. Apparently, the RSR team got a drive-through penalty.
So as soon as you predicted them for the win, straight for a drive-through.
Yeah.
Oh dear. So your leader in Impulse, leading in LMP2, it's Impulse racing by 3.2 seconds. So that gap that they had over Pure Sims Esports, they're starting to build on it. So Timo Heiden really getting into the groove now. And Timo, a super quick driver in that LMP2 machine. Nathan Moore in second for Pure Sims. As you said, in GTE, Manatee from RSR from German Sim Racing. In GT3, it's Manatee leading in their Porsche, with Tim Matska leading by 7 seconds from the BMW of Pure Sims Esports, driven by Steen Ledger. And then 5.3 seconds further back is the Alpine Star Geodesic Racing Gold. So GT3 nice and steady at the moment. But with this sort of race as well, we don't know how many cautions we will get, if any, and you just never know when you need a little bit of a strategical play up your sleeve, and the last thing you want at this level is to end up doing one more stop than your rivals, because that could be, well, a nail driven straight in the coffin.
It can indeed, and that's the thing with the cautions as well. With the strategy as well, you might have a strategy before the race all made up, and then if you get a caution, it can kind of go out the window. It's like Le Mans, for example, the Le Mans 24 hours, you can have a strategy, and then with safety cars it just goes out the window. So you've got to kind of like be on your toes, be aware, and kind of like think about what you're going to do if that's the case, and it does happen. Some teams might try and hit and go out the sequence, if you like. Some teams might try and stick to the strategy that they've got and just hope for the best.
Yes, absolutely. You just have to make the best of it. Delta Sport we're riding on board with right now in their Dallara P217. Now this is interesting if you're a fan of IMSA. This Dallara chassis, interestingly, the LMP2 version of this car, the one we're looking at on screen right now, not particularly popular, not particularly successful in LMP2, guys. However, the spine and the chassis of this car provides the basis for the Cadillac DPI car, which is, well, had, to be honest, completely opposite fortunes. It's been incredibly successful, winning multiple championships and big races at Daytona, etc. And of course, Dallara will be providing the chassis for many of the top manufacturers in the new LMDH category. So Dallara never far away from the front of things. But I love the fact that Mr. Gianpaolo Dallara is still at the forefront of the company at the ripe age of 84. But even though the average age of employees at the company is actually 34, because Mr. Dallara is very keen on promoting young engineering talent, both at the company's base in Italy and in Indianapolis as well. And there's nothing like the roar, the rumble of a 6.2 litre Alfterbach V8, Ryan.
Absolutely, it has to be one of my favourite engine sounds in GT racing, along with the Lamborghini, and it's just in GT3 racing anyway. It's one of those engines I can just listen to all day, and that BMW engine in GT3 racing, just that BMW engine just sounds like a fart.
Ryan Walker, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. I was more thinking it was more like a wheeze. It's like
Can I just mention one thing though? Can I just mention the spot? And I really don't know if it's if it was a Dallara thing that they wanted to for Passas, or if it was a directive order from BMW. You already have the M4 grill, which is hideous in my opinion. And this is going to become a little bit of a rant. It's hideous. why did you have to stretch out the nose of the grill to make it a big grill on the LMDH?
I think that the word they use nowadays in marketing speak is design language. Now we've got this is maybe a good break, the GTE BMW here going off, one of the GTE BMWs going off the circuit. Dennis Gares in Virtual Motorsport just takes a little bit too much curve there and runs out. Is this where it goes wrong? Onto the painted curve. No, coming in underneath the Repsol Bridge. Clips that... Oh! Was there contact there? Did you see anything there, chaps?
Yeah, I was just looking. I don't know if he might have just lost it on turning or cornering. He might have just lost the rear. Odd.
I think what's happened there... Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Ryan, do you think that was maybe just a technical failure where his sim actually just kind of checked up on him?
Yeah, possibly. It could be a screen freeze, or if he's using VR, it could have been maybe his VRs went black for a few seconds and then it came back again. But that's a weird one.
Yeah, I remember when I used to race iRacing on my laptop, that used to happen to me quite regularly. You're going around a corner and then it would just go, and the computer would be sort of, well, it was quite good. It meant that I could fry an egg on my computer, which was quite handy, you know, or make some toasties on it. But more 3 wide going down into turn 1 as well. But luckily, the driver involved there, Dennis Garesin, managing to avoid any real issue. So, back at the front, Timo Hayden is just on it at the moment. 3.2 seconds to the good. He's a 129.0 last time by. So Lorenzo, he's just in the groove. And when you've got a driver like this in such a, you know, clearly just in the window, you don't want to change a thing. Just give him fuel, maybe some tyres, and just keep him going until he says, I'm tired.
I keep him going, and I agree 100%. That's the thing, by the way. I just saw on my sim here, and it's the without the sport, just before turn number 5. You guys have seen Fritz. Delatrans is in 6, and he, I think, just rear-ended at GT3. But a really good battle, let's see, for this one, because what I like about this is that the traffic, actually, what it's doing is stretching out the traffic, because from what it looks like, the LMPs are getting those cars, everybody in the wrong positions, literally in the wrong positions. So, and that's causing kind of, I will not say an accordion effect, but it's causing like a blocking effect where you're losing tenths of a second, and those tenths of a second are being very precious towards getting closer to one other driver. Let's just say 2-3 tenths of a second just in one corner.
Yeah, indeed. Well, the gap at the front at the moment in GTE, 4.5 seconds for Ruben Bonga over Jesse Jones. So, now, is that the same car that you think's had a penalty, Lorenzo?
Interesting. All I know is that in terms of penalties, the Kirill Kolobutsov, I'm gonna butcher his name. Thank you. Just got a penalty. The Apex Tech Racing wasn't the GT, the LMP was the GTE who just got a penalty. Okay. For incident number 9, tier 3 minor incident. I'll get you what happened because I got the cheat over here. 133 logs into turn number 5, causing a collision with the 35A.
Okay, and the 199, indeed you were right, the RSR by G Performance Porsche. Jesse Jones has done a drive-through as well. Now, leader in pit lane now. Ruben Bonga has brought the Manatee BMW into the pit lane after 36 laps for the GTEs. And look at this, we've got a pit party on our hands. Everyone's invited. You got a GTE, you got a GT3? No problem. Come and join us at the Catalunya pit party. Ryan, who have we got coming in?
Okay, we've got Maniti Racing in GTE, and then we've got Maniti Racing in GT3 as well. So, yes, loads of, or basically the Maniti Racing car in GT3 just pitted, and it's looks like Tim Matska's taking over at the moment. But yeah, it's pretty hectic in pit lane.
It is, yeah. Tim Matska was in the car before, so carrying on. Kirill Kolobutsov completing his punishment, a drive-through penalty. So yes, very busy at the moment in pit lane. So is he just completing a... Oh no, he's not going to get another penalty. No, that was him serving his penalty. So let's see. We think Kirill Kolobutsov may have served the penalty there and then about to get another one. Not sure on that one, but Kirill certainly not shy, not backwards and coming forwards. Now, on screen, we have there the Team Heusinkveld Corvette CAR. What a wonderful looking car that is. Oh, just fantastic. And it's coming to the UK in right-hand drive. Brian, how can we blag? How can we blag a drive in one of those cars?
Yeah, I could think of a few ideas, but it's probably best not to mention them here.
It would be, some people would say it's the ultimate betrayal from an American brand to do a car on the right-hand side just to fit in within UK standards, because I think, if I recall correctly, whenever they sold the Mustang, initially they didn't want it to come right-hand side, but eventually they made it to the right-hand side.
Just on this current model of Mustang is the first time we've had one officially in right-hand drive for Mustang, and then yeah, Corvette have kind of followed suit as the Corvette in question comes into pit lane. Also, I tell you what, one thing I'm saving up for is the Ollie Gavin Driver Academy in Germany, where they've got a fleet of Corvettes, which looks very fun indeed. But yeah, Heusinkveld Corvette CAR into pit lane. Now,
what makes me happy though is the fact that this Corvette is finally going to have an official GT3 entry.
Yeah, for the first time ever, a proper car you can buy from the factory, I guess, from Pratt & Miller. So yeah, very cool. Now, interestingly here, Ryan, most of the GT runners taking tyres at this first stop, despite the cool track temperatures.
Yes, an interesting call, but maybe some drivers, the drivers that have been doing the first stint, maybe they've started struggling with tyres, the tyres towards the end of their stint and losing grip. So maybe the strategist or race engineer or whatever you want to call it, they've kind of decided together to stick a new set of tyres on.
Yeah, so the full service for most of the GT runners, will there be any drivers or any teams that throw the dice? Oof, dear me. That's the geodesic Alpine Stars car coming through, and yeah, Phoenix. I wonder if that Phoenix Porsche wanted to come to pit lane there and then found a prototype in the way, but a flash of the lights from the Phoenix Porsche GTE machine. Oh, and this is where it gets very busy here at Catalonia, because the cars come out of the pit lane and spin. Oh dear me, spin for one of the GTE BMWs. I didn't catch the number. Lorenzo, did you see?
Number Racing.
Oh.
140, 158.
Oh dear, well Ryan, we know that Adidas, they need some Adidas Sambas to get for a bit more grip.
Yeah, absolutely. As they look at the replay heading down to turn 1, and it looks like there's a case of cold tyres by the looks of it, as he gets through turn 1, through turn 2, and it looks like, yep, just lost the wheel on cold tyres.
Yeah, very, very easy done. Oh dear, that could have been a whole lot worse, Lorenzo.
Yeah, that could have been a whole lot worse, and you know what it could have caused if it did happen? The first yellow flag, and imagine the yellow flag just after the GT's pit stops. That would have been, I don't know if it would be the best option, but the only car in GT3s who hasn't pitted yet is the Rucci Spatulas, who's due to come to the pit lane anytime soon, as he just got overtaken by the Manini GT3, and that would have been a heartbreak for them in terms of strategies.
Yeah, that's when you know it's just going to be a long day, when you go behind a car that's already pitted and you're due to pit. Yeah, not so nice, but yeah, it just shows you that you've got to be careful in that early section. You're immediately asking a lot of the tyre, going right, left. You can see the speed just building up, so coming out of pit lane on cold tyres, very, very easy to lose it there, and it just looked like the rear end just disappeared from that BMW, so of the Samba Racing team. Now, let's try and analyse the pit stops for the GTEs. Most of the... Now, I wonder... I suspect that the Manatee BMW and indeed the Pure Sims... Sorry, the Manatee Porsche and the Pure Sims BMW in GT3 and also the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Gold car decided not to take tyres, or maybe only took 2, whereas Sim Republic Blake Bottoms, number 318, appears to have definitely not taken any tyres at all. So Ryan, lots of there does appear to be a little bit of change between each driver's strategy.
Yeah, I was going to say there's a bit of variation with strategies, with some teams taking tyres and other teams not taking tyres. So it's a bit of swings and roundabouts with regards to the strategy. But it's it's definitely something I'm keeping an eye on.
Now, interestingly, in the Team RSR by G Performance GTE of Jesse Jones, they've had to throw the dice a little bit. Of course, they did have a drive-through pit lane for a drive-through penalty. However, they have now taken their service stop, if you like, which was about 12 seconds quicker than any of their rivals, which would hint that they've either decided to take 2 tyres rather than 4, or none at all. Hard for us to tell otherwise. Lorenzo, do you think will that be just they've taken 2 tyres or none at all? But definitely a lot less time in the lane, which has brought them back up into the lead battle.
I can give it a proper check, but if I recall correctly, field goes over 35 seconds, something like that. So it's right around expected to for the virtual motorsport. I'm impressed they haven't fixed the front grille, because that does affect the performance out of the car. And Apex Tech, I really want to watch their pit stop, because I do feel there was some tires involved in this. I just want to take a proper look. Yeah, it did go up in the jacks, I think only for the fronts. But the problem is they exceeded the 5-second rule when you ever come to pit lane. You have about 5 seconds from the start of the pit lane into the pit entry on the cones, and they have to serve a DT for now, just out of the pit lane.
So yes, lots more drive-throughs than an out of town retail park there for Kiro Kolobuksov and his team. Used to drive for a team called Wild Animals, but much more refined sounding Apex Tech Racing he drives for now. But yeah, lots of not really what you want to be keeping going through pit lane. And here at Catalunya, it can be quite punishing as well, because you're going very slow and down the pit straight, and your rivals, like I say, right at the top gear, if you're right on board with the Samba BMW, but the fiercely forward Bumblebee machine of the LMP2 car. You'll see it around the outside there as well. But this is a battle for 10th spot. Team Heusingveld Corvette up ahead. The one thing I like, Ryan, about that Corvette, obviously a mid-engine car, it's got such good balance. It's so confidence-inspiring to drive, but it seems to have been given the rough end of the stick on balance of performance. It's been given a 14-kilogram addition, whereas the BMW has no addition at all, and had a bit of its fuel capacity taken away. Not as bad as the Porsche. It's been given 20 kilograms in the GTE category, but yeah, it doesn't seem to be quite... Look at that. Look at the drive of the BMW there coming out the slow corner.
Yeah, the Corvette, I'm just watching it now, and it seems to be on corner exit. It just doesn't seem to... Oh, is it an LP2 car? Just so it runs into the back of the Team Huskenveld car, but it's just okay, we'll take it at the moment. But back to the point of the Corvette, it seems to be that out of the corners and corner exit, it just doesn't seem to have that punch.
No, not at all. So, Christophe Herbigno into pit lane. Now, Lorenzo, I'm not sure if this is on schedule.
You got me. But it does look like to be on... I'll get that information up to you. Back to you. Give me a sec. Only if it... Oh, wait. I know they got a drive-through for 5 seconds on the pit lane. But have they retired the car?
Yes, they have. It's gone grey on my
Wait,
screen.
no, never mind. It is a program pit stop. But I think they're serving it for a second. Also stop and go post pit stop.
Okay, right. We'll keep an eye on that one then. For Christophe Herbignot is in the car at the moment. They're still showing in pit lane at the moment. If we can get a look at the number 33 Delta Sport machine. Oh yeah, sitting in pit lane at the moment. Nothing much happening. The time just oozing away. It's just not. There we go. Christophe Herbignot on the go now. So a full service, but I'm not sure if that is really on program.
Well, everybody's is not programmed. I can tell you this much, because everybody bar Apex Tech is on 19-20 laps. So you're due to come to the pit lane in about 5 to 6 laps. 5 laps roughly. So it's going to be an interesting one. Of course, it is an odd number. We have 219 laps total of a 7-hour race, but the way this is going, I think this might be interesting, because we haven't had a single yellow flag in the whole race, right? And from the looks of it, I think maybe getting a cut earlier than everybody else could work if you're trying to aim to get to the round numbers towards the end.
Yes, are they playing? Is there a game at afoot here for Team Delta Sport? We shall see. Of course, that's the thing. The level of preparation now for these top sim racing teams now is incredible. How the teams are sometimes putting in the thousands of laps throughout a week, with the number but shared amongst the number of drivers, just getting that set up absolutely perfect. But then also getting the strategy nailed down and figuring out what is the best way to run this 1,000-kilometre race. And you would have to think that most of the top teams have run full race simulations, and this is getting very hot now with Team RSO battling away for third spot. That's 5-Star Motorsport, Maximilian Fritz just ahead, and Cedric Nebelsiak, well, he's on the Fritz, but not in that way.
You stole my pun.
Sorry.
Oh, I have another one at the ready though.
Oh, go on, fire away.
No, remember that Maximilian had a really good race, and his team had a really good race at the Red Bull Ring, really promising. I think they had a top 5 result at one point, but they got punted, I think, on turn number 4, which is turn number 3. Let's be honest, I'm not going to get into the Red Bull Ring numbering stuff. I'm kind of a little bit of a kleptomaniac about that. And I think everybody here agrees with me as well, I hope. His and his entire team race went to the Fritz because of that contact.
I like it. Pushing your pun game to the max.
Yes.
I like it, yeah. So, what's your favourite racing pun of the day? Share them with us here on RaceSpot TV. Don't leave us be the only ones with some puns. Ryan Walker, I know you've got some.
Yeah, it's probably best I don't say my pun, because it's not very good.
Yeah, let's just say he's still walkering the thing.
I like that one.
We're gonna walk through it later on. Yeah. He's just having some shortbread right now. That's a very Scottish one, because Walker's short. No, actually, no, I'm not even going to try and explain. Dennis Gerritsen, Virtual Motorsport BMW, running in 6th at the moment, just 7/10 of a second back from Robin Hasse up ahead in the Team RSO 197 BMW. And look at that, it's interesting there, Ryan, with the driving style coming into turn 1, using as much curb as possible on the way in to try and open up that corner.
Yeah, absolutely. I've noticed that a few times with some of these drivers, that some of them take it differently. Some prefer to drive round the curbs and drive round those anti-cuts just so they don't get any damage. Other drivers, like you mentioned, will try and take as much curb into turn 1 on the right-hander and the left-hander as much as possible, just to try and not lose too much time.
Yeah, very, very important way to get that time, get that drive up the hill. So we are just about 49 laps into this race. and of a possible 219, of course, going to a 1,000-kilometre distance. Christophe Mons driving the Phoenix Racing Esports LMP2, and you can see how busy it is behind the wheel for those LMP2 machines. Lots of correction. Look at that big oversteer on the exit of the corner, and then you've really got to lean on all of that huge downforce. And yeah, of course, the proper layout here, historic layout. And oh dear, huge moment there for the Phoenix Dallara LMP2 machine. And then full carbon braking system in these LMP2 machines. It's very, very, very physical to drive these machines in real world, and actually in the sim you've really got to have your mind absolutely switched on as well. I mean, Ryan, it does make me slightly scared that they let gentlemen drivers out in these things.
Yeah, pretty much. But then again, it's like real life. Talking about gentlemen drivers, they've got some good ones out there. You've got the likes in real life. You've got Ben Keaton that drives GT cars, but he also drives an LMP2 cars in the IMSA Championship, and he's racing in the real life Petit Le Mans event. And for me, I think he's one of the quickest and one of the best gentleman drivers out there.
At least nobody is a Vadim Kogai. Imagine Vadim Kogai in an LMP2.
Yeah, it's interesting at Le Mans this year. There was a lot of crashes in practice for lots of cars, but particularly the LMP2 category. And speaking to one of the drivers who will remain nameless, who was taking part in that category, and I said, "Why has there been so many crashes?" And he said, "It's the rules package. The car's too heavy. It's running on. It's been given weight. It's running on far too low a downforce configuration, and the tyres are way too hard." So the tyres just when it does break away, there's no warning, and boom, you're in the wall. And when people like Juan Pablo Montoya can't keep it out of the wall, then how do you expect an amateur driver to be able to handle it? And it's always interesting getting that perspective from the pro drivers. Johnny Verhoef has taken over from Ruben Bonga, so Bonga's gone off to probably play the drums, in his break between stints. But Johnny Verhoef driving the big Beamer, the most bizarre sounding engine. You wouldn't think this is a V8 engine. It sounds very, 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 very unusual. I do remember watching this, Lorenzo, and I know you've been trackside at Daytona before as well, but seeing this car battling through the night against the RSR Porsches, it sounded like an EV compared to the Porsches.
Well, you stole the words right out of my mouth. It's so weird because, well, you had the Corvettes. I think it was the C7s back in the day. It was 2019. Yeah, it was still the C7s back in the day. The Fords and you had the RSR and the BMW. A little bit sketchy for Verhoef, but he managed to get away from the GSR GT3 just in time in the last corner. So it's like the Corvette, you can hear that MA and the V8 coming from a mile away, right? Because it is loud, and it's a cacophony of noises, and it's really, really loud. The Ford is a little bit more quiet, but you can still hear that, if I recall, it's a V6 coming in, but it's still, you're still coming, you can still hear that EcoBoost engine. The RSR, you can listen all around the track. Well, normally it's a Porsche, so it has to be loud anywhere in the world. But the M8 is basically a Formula E car.
Formula E. Yeah.
You're just, which is the screech of the tires, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, so it is kind of unusual. Let's have a listen to this front engine machine. Why don't we go one better, actually, because it might not sound as sonorous as some of the other cars on track, but let's run on board for a few laps with Johnny Verhoef in the leading Manatee Racing BMW. Enjoy. This is one of the best drivers in the world in these GTE cars. Have a look, and this is how it's done. Welcome back to the IVRA 1,000 kilometres of Catalunya, and well, we rejoin in quite a controversial manner. The number 167 Porsche, they're getting in a bit of a tangle, to say the least. Let's try and get another look at it then. That's Dominic Arnst. So we'll get a look about what's happening here. Ryan, what do you spot here?
Yeah, so it looks like it was a 367 VRS satellite racer, and yeah, it was a car that was involved, and it looks like just coming down here as well, it looks like they're side by side, and I think it might just be a case of an LMP car diving up the inside, and it might have went three wide, or maybe I think Dallas might have just outbraked himself slightly, but both of them caught up together, and that was just unfortunate. That's
the team you drive for, isn't it, Ryan?
I wasn't going to say. Yeah, thanks for that, Peter. Thanks for putting.
Sorry, that was an incredibly cheap one. Sorry.
And I thought I would actually make the jab.
But yeah, both of them get caught up with each other, and that's just unfortunate. But again, the nature of multi-class racing. But yeah, thanks for that, Peter. I'm going to go and hide in a box now.
Well, it wasn't your fault. Clearly they get you in the car, Ryan. That would never happen.
Oh, I'm saying nothing.
Yeah. You should be in politics, Ryan Walker. You just know the right thing to say at the right time. 57 laps into this race, and Vladimir Ponomarenko for Impulse Racing Lamborghini. Did I get that right? Ponomarenko. Impulse Racing number 256. The ever jazzy Impulse Racing machines in 7th spot in GT3 at the moment, as a GTE Porsche makes its way through. PJ Claesson's trying to get through to 11th position, driving for the... now, I have to say, Lorenzo, these Team 11 Porsches look so cool.
Yeah, they do. They do look cool. I cannot disagree. The fact, like, there are some really good-looking cars. I think I talked about Somo about good-looking cars lately, and not only paints but how the cars are actually designed. And well, I know you are a Porsche nerd, Peter. But out of the other ones, which one did you have to pick to best looking car in GT3s overall?
Corvette. Oh, in GT3s, I was going to say Corvette all day long. I love Corvettes.
Okay, if you say Callaway Corvette, I'll allow it.
Yes.
Okay.
GT3 would be the C7 Callaway Corvette that runs in ADSE. Yes, definitely. You? So what would it be for you? Any GT3 car? Because have you ever looked at the homologation?
I'm an NSX nerd. I'm a Honda nerd.
Oh yeah.
GT3 cars, I was thinking about that. I know I'm an Aston Martin fan, but I'm going to go completely different and go a different way. I'm going to say the current Lamborghini, just for that engine noise and the looks.
Whoa. I tell
you know why I was going to say thank God he didn't say the Vantage, because I don't like the vintage GT3. I don't like the GTE look because of the hideous diffuser.
Oh yeah.
But the GT3 on the Vantage, the diffuser, it looks less hideous, but it still kind of look hideous.
Yeah, well, it's let us know in the Race Spot TV chat, what would you, if you were to pick any GT3 car, what would it be? And I have to say, if you look at the FIA homologation for GT3 cars, there's some really cool stuff on there of what is actually still eligible. Yeah. Oh, if you could Frankenstein one. Whoa. Now, what do we think, chaps? Perfect. I think chassis-wise, I would go for the... Ooh. Chassis-wise... Yeah, engine-wise, I would go for the C7 Corvette engine, and I would put it in the back of the Porsche.
That
would be bizarre.
I would... Oh, I don't know. You probably shoot me, Peter, but I'm going to say it anyway. I'm going to say the Corvette GT1 car that raced in the American Le Mans series, and I'll stick an Aston Martin I'll say it again, Aston Martin V12. There we go.
Oh yes. Right, so this is the private label car of Philip Kraus trying to carve through the endless stream of GT traffic in a battle with, now I think that, yes it is, it's the Team RSO LMP2, and I have to say the cooperation in some really difficult situations in traffic is really impressive here, Lorenzo, between the prototypes and the GTs, it must be said.
Yeah, it is really cool to see the cooperation between the cars to try to give them the cleaning. The only thing I really don't like is them killing the cones, rip the cones. Why did they have to murder the cones?
Yeah, F and chat for the cones. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, now. Oh, yes, we're getting the chat is going alive. I like this. The Viper. Yes, the Viper is a very good one. What was the 8.4 litre V10 GTLM Viper? That was very cool. I seem to remember.
Man.
It sounded like a diesel dump truck though. That's the only thing. I mean,
It's kind of like 1 liter. It was like 1 lap. You basically wasted half of the fuel.
Talking about GT cars, my favourite GT car from the 90s would have to be the Dodge Viper.
Panos.
oh, I remember the Panos Esperante GT2. That was a cool car. Oh, no, actually, the Porsche 911 997 RSR Flying Lizards. Thank you, good night, game set match.
Well,
Good shout.
that's what happens. That is the bias comment because you are the Porsche nerd.
With York Bergmeister and Patrick Long.
Or what? Thinking about GT cars as well, but in the early 2000s, my favourite would have to be the Ferrari 550 and Ferrari 575.
Oh, yes. Oh, Ryan Walker, you wonderful genius. Yes. They, of course.
If we're gonna go that way, we're gonna go that route. I'm trying to find what was the name of the car. Gile. They used to run in the GTs like back in 2004.
Oh, I don't know. There was a ProDrive ran one, and much to the displeasure of Ferrari themselves. And they had, I mean, I don't think there's been a cooler car and driver combination. 550 Maranello GT1 with Colin McRae, Rickard Rydell, and Darren Turner all behind the wheel. I mean, talk about fantasy manager. That's
Colin McRae in race cars.
You talked about fantasy stuff there. What would be your fantasy lineup or your dream lineup to race at Le Mans?
Oh, what right now? Well, I would have.
It could be a mix of like from the ages ago, like old drivers, right up until now, like current drivers.
Okay, I would go Porsche RS Spider for P2 with Patrick Long,
Yes.
Hurley Haywood, and Kevin Est.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah.
Sorry, Lorenzo.
Go ahead.
I was going to say mine would be for probably GT racing. My dream lineup would be Darren Turner. Current driver, I would probably say Ross Gunn. Who else? Go back to an old driver, I'd probably say someone like David Brabham.
Good shout with David Brabham. Now we've got, I think it's a Mercedes off at the last corner. Oh no. Ryan, who's gone off here?
Oh no, it's Dallas Pataska
In the
Mercedes.
the VRS satellite Mercedes. Oh, wait a minute. Was that some friendly fight? Oh no. Ryan, what was the car that made contact with the VRS Mercedes there?
It was the VRS satellite racing LMP2 car by the looks of it. Yeah, I think there's going to be a few curse words after the race and that.
There's one thing I can definitely mention about that is that Paul wasn't actually a darling regarding giving space to his team.
Very good. Oh, this is. Oh, that's a darling. Why haven't you taken the rubbish out?
Yeah, Paul wasn't being a darling anymore.
Oh dear. Oh no. Oh, that's what we call, ladies and gentlemen, the awkward turtle. Well, oh dear. I'm doing it right now. You can hear my thumbs going up and down of the awkward turtle. Well, gather it. Let us know, what would your ideal endurance, you might need insurance, endurance lineup. Timo Hayden leads the way. I'm going to brush straight over that one before it gets clipped. Yeah, 5.5 seconds to the good from Pure Sims Esports, Nathan Muir. 5-star Motorsport Blue, Maximilian Fritz in third. Yes, you're going to need some Haggerty insurance for that. But yeah, do let us know what would your ideal lineup. Lorenzo, what would yours be?
The ideal lineup for endurance. It has to be to non-day drivers or not.
No, it's whoever you want. I mean, Hurley's
historical.
Yeah.
Okay, Jan Magnussen.
Oh, great shout. Yeah.
All right, I'm going something more like GT. Jan Magnussen, Patrick Long, and I'm gonna bring. I have to bring a young shot here, Matt Campbell.
Oh, that's a good shout. That's a very, very good call there, Matt. Yeah, Matt Campbell, very good call. Car.
Oh, all right. I normally would defend like a Honda or something like that if they had GT cars, but it's all going to be GT3. But then again, the Honda underperforms under the GT3. If I have to say something, ooh, give me the Nissan GTR GT1.
Ooh, good shout. Yeah, very good shout. That was an absolute battle shout, wasn't it? But yes, I like that. Well, do let us know your choices. We would love to hear them. We've got a bit of Phoenix on Phoenix here. Oh, yes, Hans Stuck and Harley Haywood. That's a good one. You don't need a third driver because they're just that boss. Yeah.
Yeah, just let Hans basically carry the entire. He doesn't know what a backpack is.
Yeah, Hans Stuck. That's a great call. Car. EJ Fulner, we salute you, sir. You can pick the microphone up again and tell us what car, because they're good, but they need something. They need something to do that. Samba Racing Team, not named after the very popular Adidas training shoe. They're back up to 10th place. That little spin out the pit lane, well behind them now. Bart Rowinkle at the wheel of that BMW. Good to see a nice spread of manufacturers as well in the GTE category. We've got Porsches, we've got the BMW in there as well, and we've got a Corvette in there too.
Oh, this man has a good base.
Yes, the GTO car. Was that not a 90? I thought it was a 90. It's an Audi 90 GTO, but yes, the Camel GT, yeah, the Quattro. Yes, please. That's a very good call. Very good call. Hans Stuck won at Summit Point in that car. Can you imagine driving Summit Point in an Audi 90 Quattro?
You can do that in iRacing.
You can.
Swords.
Yeah, you can. I mean, I recommend it because it's an awesome car.
It's a really, for me, it's such an underrated car. I think I drove like this. You guys are gonna call me heresy on this. I know I drove only 3 laps to test it out. I just didn't drive anymore because I didn't find friends, sniffy sniff, to run along with. But it's such a good car. Now we have AR nowadays, but it's such a good car. Technical one, but a really good car if you know how to drive the car.
Yeah, this is there's Adam Lindgren. That's the guy you need to speak to figure out the dark art of driving the understeering Audi. Is Bart Rowinkle up to 9th position now and putting a lot of pressure on the 114 Porsche, the Phoenix Racing machine of Simon Esses, as LMP cars rush through. Hot and heavy in the GTE category. Well, we will have a changeover of commentary team for you. You're probably delighted to hear in about 5 minutes' time, where we have Ewan O'Leary joining the booth, and myself and I think Ryan Walker will be stepping out. Lorenzo Bonder, Mr. Endurance himself, will be carrying on. Lorenzo, what's your caffeine strategy for the rest of the race?
Well, my mom took my first energy drink, and so I only have a Mango Loco Monster. Shout out to David Haynes, by the way. Left in the fridge to survive for the next maybe 3 hours and 45 minutes we have in this racing. So it's gonna be an interesting one. How can I survive with one Monster Energy? But I had a good sleep. Even though my dog slept on my bed nearby beside me, and I had to kind of like sleep in a curl position.
Well, AJ Fulner has just won the internet. He was at that race at Summit Point when Hanstuck won, and then now that is cool. Ryan, how can we top that? I mean, even Super Touring at Knock Hill doesn't come close to that.
Absolutely not. I'm trying to think of a way to top that, but really, I'm finding it hard.
Yes, very, very, very tricky indeed. Well, we'll have Ewan O'Leary joining us in the commentary box in just a moment, and he will be here to restore some order because I have lost the classroom with all the hilarity. But your leader at the moment, Impulse Racing, Timo Hayden, continues to stretch the gap in LMP2. 5.5 seconds is the gap at this moment in time. For now, just to update my timing screen, 7 seconds is the gap now. In GTE, Manatee Racing, Johnny Verhoef leading by 16.5 seconds at the moment, so dominant in the GTE category. In GT3, yeah, nearly 19 seconds. Manatee Racing, it's all going to plan at the moment, Lorenzo.
Yeah. Gonna be an interesting one because GT3s, I just want to give it a proper check, are due to come to the pit lane maybe in about 10 laps.
Okay, so particularly for the GT cars, it's going to be fascinating to see if any of them decide to try and go for the double stint as the Torque Freak Racing Mercedes of David Bearclaw. Bearclaw. Oh, I could go with Bearclaw right now. That would be tasty. Have it with my coffee. But just a rumble of that Mercedes V8, and that car is 75% engine. I mean, that wouldn't be very easy to park, right, in that car.
Yeah, absolutely not. You'll probably have a hard job of parking it, but just looking at it from the outside, it's a nice livery as well to go with a nice car. And David currently in 12th, and I do like this livery as well, I have to say.
Yeah, the guys at Torque Freak Racing really do put together some nice paint schemes. Well, it is time for me, Peter Mackay, to dip out of the commentary box, enjoy the rest of the IVRA 1,000 kilometres of Catalonia, but I shall now hand over to the ever-talented Ewan O'Leary. Ewan, over to you, my friend.
Thanks very much, Peter, and thanks for taking us through the first couple of hours of this race. It's been very entertaining watching along from behind the scenes. I've very much enjoyed it, and I hope you guys at home have been doing so as well. As Peter mentioned, my name's Ewan O'Leary. I'll be alongside Lorenzo Bonza for the final hours of this race and indeed this season, with Ryan Walker here as well. Brian Bauer is behind the cameras that are being provided to you right now as well. We're about 70 laps into this 219 lap race. We've got a lot to talk through and a lot of action going on out there on the circuit. Almost too much for us all to watch all at one time, but that's the beauty of an IVRA Endurance Series race. First of all, Lorenzo, it's good to be commentating with you once again on this wonderful afternoon here at Barcelona. It's a fantastic circuit, I've got to be honest, and I think a lot of these guys are enjoying themselves by the looks of things. It's been a very nice race so far, and not too chaotic in terms of incidents. We've not seen too many, which I'm glad about.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many incidents, of course. There have been a few drive-through penalties here and there in between, but it isn't as clustered as it was in the Red Bull Ring. Of course, it is a longer track than Red Bull. This is the funny part, not by long. It is, I think, 600 meters more than the Red Bull Ring kind of offers, but still a very bigger track than the Red Bull Ring, despite being a nutrition track. But still no yellow flags, which is really important at this point of the race, because if you compare to the last round, I think we only had 2 yellow flags for this part of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. There was. It's been a quite a good season in terms of that, but there have been yellow flags and so on, but none of that just yet here this time around. And Ryan, we had some real big drama actually at the start of this race with the overall championship leaders in LMP2, Apex Tech Racing, getting involved in that lap 1 incident, and now look at this, 15th position. Chris Barrett can't exactly do a lot from back here. He's over half a minute down on the next competitor, and this is doing some real damage to their championship aspirations. They came in with a 26-point lead, but it's about to all be wiped away by the looks of things.
It pretty much is at the moment, and they're, like you say, they're down in 15th at the moment and not really having any luck. It's pretty much just one of those races as it stands, of just trying to salvage as many points back as possible, but the only hope they can have or can hope for to get back up further through the field as possible in safety car to get the field bunched up again, but at the moment with no safety car. And someone spun around. That's the 349 car of Zach Chiala from 49 Motorsports.
Not the first time we've seen a GT3 around today. Let's have a look at how it happened. Was there any interference with David Barraclough, who was just behind? It doesn't look like it. Just a bit of a rear locking there from the 349, and go for a brief spin there in the GT3, trying to find a safe place to get back going again, but at this blind corner it is quite difficult. Thankfully gets away again safely though there, which is a good thing certainly in getting away once again. One more thing I will say on the LMP2 championship battle is that Impulse Racing and Pure Sims were both right up there at the start of the day. They're both right up there in terms of this race, so they're both ones to watch. But Satellite Racing also got into contact, Lorenzo, in that first round, that first lap, excuse me. So half of the top 4 actually did get involved in the end, and these guys have recovered fairly well. Paul Darling in 7th position at the moment. However, it's still not quite 1 and 2 where their main rivals are, so it really has turned on its head, all at lap 1 as well.
Yeah, everything kind of unraveled on lap 1 with the 4-car pile-up that we had involving Impulse and Apex Tech and Delta Sport, and kind of unraveled how the race would progress. Even Satellite got involved into this as well. I think it was the car that made contact on the side of the Apex Tech and kind of bent the rear end of the Apex team, which is still bent, by the way. If you look at the number 13 car, you're going to see the rear left still slightly bent, a little bit bent up. So they need a yellow flag of sorts to notice that the car still needs a little bit of repair and try to bring it back to the race. So that's the problem they have so far in terms of standings right now, because this is the final round of the fall season, and for them, they need that good result to capitalize, as we are watching PJ Clayson's battle for P8 against the one he looks like to be the Sim Republic, which is doing a really good round out, and not far behind is the Apex team.
Yeah, Sim Republic, I think, might well still be leading the Pro-Am category. No, they're second place, excuse me. The Archer brothers are leading it. But either way, they are having a good day as things stand, and there are the leaders. So that is quite close in Pro-Am, actually, with Jacob O'Reilly, who's currently leading that one for the 333 team that came into today with the championship lead also. But that was a good pass by PJ Clayson, as we're on board with him now in that Porsche for 9th position. And we have seen some fantastic battling through that final sector. I've got to be honest, Ryan, when I looked at the track map for today and I saw that we're not using the tight hairpin at the end of the straight at turn 10, and we're not using any of the chicanes either, I thought, where's the overtaking going to come from? But actually, we've had some great racing in that final sector.
Yeah, we absolutely have, and when I saw the layout as well, the one that we were using today without that shallow chicane in the last sector and that hairpin like you mentioned, I was quite happy about that, because I just dreaded if we did use it, I just dreaded the amount of carnage we might have possibly had. But at the moment, it's been good racing in every class. Yeah, we've had some little incidents from time to time, but apart from that, the race has been good, and it's been so far so good with no safety cars.
Absolutely, but let's not go on about that too much because we will curse it, as we've already heard. But so we'll just be careful on that one. But what I do want to do just before it all kicks off and changes again in both GT categories, because we're not a million miles away from a pit stop in both of those. I do just want to briefly tell you about GTE and the order in which the cars are running at the moment. With Manichi Racing, there he is, Johnny Verhoff, who's been putting in a fantastic performance today, leading this one by about 12 seconds as things stand, just under at the moment, to RSR by G Performance GTE. That team, we believe, skipped at least some of the tyres, probably all of them, throughout their first pit stop, but they've been holding a good pace. RSO currently third, with Alpine Stars Geodesic in fourth. Apex Tech Racing GT currently in fifth position ahead of GSR by Hetner. Then we've got Phoenix Racing, Samba Racing Team and Huizenveld rounding out your top 10 for that GTE category, Lorenzo. However, I believe we are expecting pit stops in the next 10 laps, maybe less actually, for these cars who have gone about an hour at this point.
Yeah, we're looking right here, right now, with the GT3s, as Manuel Vigo P2 right now has about a 9-second gap, or nearly 10-second gap, to the 5-star, which is the third place car right in the back. You can see the 1-2 of sorts in the Alpine Star Geodesic team, because that's the GT car driven by Paul Rigger, who's about to overlap his sister car or brother car, whatever you want to prefer, sibling car, in turn number 5. As that got a little bit sketchy, but still, what I think it is interesting, 33 laps average for the GTEs and 31 laps average for the GT3s. They do come nearly at the same time, so we expect pit stops maybe in 2 to 3, maybe 4 laps, depending who's saving fuel.
Oh dear, oh goodness, Elements Sim Racing there were very nearly off the road. Niels Hunderhage was very nearly off the road in a big way there. Just had a bit of a twitch through turn 10, the more flowing version of that corner we were just talking about. And this is that shot here once again, Brian. A very scary moment, and we're about to see a lot of wheel work here in the next few moments.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all getting chaotic again now, but as well as the replay now heading into this long sweeping left-hander, and he just runs wide and there's a lot of wheel work going on, but thankfully manages to get away with it. But yeah, it's that's the thing with multi-class racing, it can be hectic and there's so much going on. You've got to be on your toes at all times.
You do indeed, and thankfully the Element Sim Racing car is continuing on the right side of the white lines, thankfully, and not on the outside into the gravel on this occasion, so it can continue going on in the same way. Also, the LMP2s are not too far away from pit stops either. We've reached that point in the race where we're likely to see all 4 categories down on pit lane in the next few moments, and here it starts to kick off here with Apex Tech Racing in their Porsche currently coming into the pit lane. Are we expecting a lot of tyre changes here, Lorenzo? Quite a few maybe skip tyres on the last occasion, not deciding to take any, but are we continuing on with the single stinting that some have been going on for, or are we going to see more double stinting as the race goes on, but track temperatures might not allow for that? What are we expecting in terms of tyres in the next 10 minutes or so? I don't actually think Lorenzo's there. I'm posing that question to him. He's there. Go on.
Live people, somehow, someway, believe it or not, I'm still breathing. Anyway, track temperature is on 22 Celsius right now, so it does play out a big difference in the strategies. It's a little bit interesting to see, as you know, guys are seeing the track conditions. 18 ambient, 22 Celsius on the track. It is cloudy, so that helps a little bit in terms of the ambience. Not too humid, about 45% humidity, and the wind's not too strong, about 5 kilometers to the north, which isn't anything major, by the way. What impresses me the most, while we see Timo, what I like to Joe, the god of the LMPs, do the fastest lap of the race with the 28.2, it's the fact that everybody went for tires in the first pit stop. So if we see somebody double stinting, would be a little bit impressive But we're going to see something like the RSR team in P2 right now is going to go for a different strategy. They might put the tires on the back because they put tires, I think, in the front whenever they came into the pit lane. So that alternating strategy to have different pressures whenever you get out of the pit lane and then try to equalize them during the stint. Dangerous at first, but it does compensate over the tire tread that you're probably going to lose during the lap.
Yeah, it always, in my head anyway, it's a very abrasive circuit. There's a lot of long corners which can take their toll on your tyres. Yeah, we do have to watch out for that, but a lot of strategy is going to be going on here, and of course one yellow flag situation and one safety car situation, we could well see that all change.
Stop calling the yellow flag.
Sorry, yeah, I'm sorry, I've mentioned it for the third time and I've been here 10 minutes, so I'll park that one for the moment, but there we are. Pit stops are beginning to happen then. Munich Racing and GTE come in for the moment, and we have also seen a couple in LMP2 make their way down into pit lane. So Kazar Sim Racing are into the pit lane 5-star. Motorsport as well have made their way in from the prototype category. Geodesic from GTE, you can just see the BMW pulling up in the background of that shot there. So it is all beginning to happen here, Ryan, and after about 2 hours of racing, you wouldn't be too surprised to see a lot of driver changes happening here as well, because you do have to keep your eye on that drive time limit, which is set at 4 hours, I believe, today.
Yeah, I think this next set of top stops, you'll see teams changing drivers and sticking a fresh driver in, because you've got to remember, like you mentioned, the driver time, so it's something that these teams will be keeping in mind, and especially the LMP2 teams up at the front, don't be surprised if they make a driver change as well.
Now, Geodesic have taken a very short pit stop there, because Munich Racing are still there, unless Munich are having a long one. But either way, Geodesic pulled in behind. We've watched basically this whole Munich stop, and Geodesic have managed to come in and get out again before this man here, Johnny Baharth, who's stayed aboard that BMW. Ruben Bonga is continuing to play the drums, and he will not be in the car for at least another hour, you would imagine, unless a bit of an unscheduled pit stop has to be taken by the 178, but let's hope not for their sake. The Pure Sims come into the pit lane from LMP2, and we go back to a bit of a battle that's going on with George Streetley, who's trying to move forward in the 34 car right now, but not able to into turn 1. A bit of traffic up in front might help him out, but not for the moment. They're just following the lead, you might say. Delta Sport, who are just up in front, making their way around the outside of a bit of traffic into turn 4 and then downhill towards turn 5. There's a lot of these little battles going on here, but I think it is interesting, Lorenzo, that Impulse have been able to go a little bit longer here in LMP2. They've got a big lead now, but that is only because they haven't stopped yet in this particular cycle. It will be interesting to see how that plays out over the race distance, really, because it could really play into their hands. Satellite Racing as well, who've been going quite long on their stints.
Yeah, it's been really interesting, the work done by Timo on his second stint to go an extra lap around the field. The only team who's been doing that on a consistent basis has been Paul Darley in the satellite team, which usually whenever it gets off the cycle goes back to 7th or 8th place. I would say that the strategy of trying to go at least 2 laps longer than everybody else could actually be a deciding factor, because the satellite LMP team for some reason have managed, and Ryan can kind of back this up on strategies. Every single race they've gone, they got good placing because either strategies went their way and something like that. So as we're as high and now into the pit lane, this could manage to make them go maybe an extra pit stop last, or maybe a half a pit stop last, and every second that you take it off here in Barcelona, it's going to be important, even though you might not be within the same pace of the leaders, but you might be at least half a second slower, which might be putting you still into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it would be beneficial to save a pit stop around here. If you think these guys are roughly doing 25, 26 laps a stint. That's not quite going to get you to 2:19. You're going to have an odd kind of half stint somewhere, which is going to be a bit awkward. But if you can go that little bit longer than like Satellite are doing now, then you might be able to cut it out. However, even with the Impulse Racing car making a pit stop, you can see they've still come out in the lead ahead of that 64 car, which is very important, very symbolic, I think, more than important. Timo Hayden stays in the car for another stint here. Paul Darling 2.5 seconds behind there, Ryan. Your team, second place at the moment, doing things a little bit differently by the looks of things, but unfortunately already lost a pit stop. It's not too much of a gap because the pit stops are quite short in LMP2, admittedly, but still, that is quite a symbolic moment in the race.
Yeah, they're doing a decent job at the moment. Yeah, they're probably not at the front like they were hoping to be. But yeah, they're at the front at the moment, but it's mainly down to the pit cycles starting. But nevertheless, they're still doing well inside the top 10. And I think they've got a driver and a strategist like Sayandra, who's due to jump in this car at some point, helping out in that regard. I think they might be able to try and cut out a pit stop possibly, but that's something I'll definitely be keeping an eye on.
Timo Hayden currently drowning in GT traffic, and the gap's come under a second for first time in a good while. Lots of GTs in the pit lane, but we do indeed have a battle for the race lead coming on here. 3 cars. Oh my goodness, Paul Darling tried to get down the inside of some of them as well, but nearly rear-ended the Porsche that was just up in front there, misjudging that one ever so slightly. And now there's going to be a big problem here. We're going to get a replay of that particular moment, but very, very busy part of the racetrack, Lorenzo.
Yeah, very, very busy, as you're going to see now come down the straight. I think what happened is that Paul just kind of like missed a little bit of the braking and couldn't see properly where the cars were going because they were too slow. There is a nearly second incident with the car just ahead. I think that was the Apex Tech, which nearly brake checks. You see both cars have to slow down just in time. The Apex kind of gave room a little bit there, and Paul got 4 for 1. But that could have gone way much worse right there. And big stuff over here. This is big. And my cursing of team just continues. The 199 RSR by G Performance just got a drive-through because of the pit lane incident of the 5 seconds rule.
That is a real shame for them because they were doing very well on an alternate strategy, and I was looking forward to seeing how it was going to pan out, but unfortunately for RSR, you do have to abide by the rules after all, and they unfortunately haven't, and have gotten a drive-through penalty because of it, so that is a real shame for them as we go on board with RSO. 5th place for Mamoru Sudal at the moment. Through the final corner, one of the Impulse Racing GT3 Lamborghinis just up in front and make their way through quite nicely. This is, of course, the battle for 4th position we have going on with 5-Star Motorsport. Pure Sims are quite a long way up the road from these two, so it is a straight fight for 4th position between the two of them. I'll say quite a long way up the road, they're not that far, so either way, focusing on each other for the moment, making it the way around the outside of turn 3, which you can get away with in these prototypes. A lot of downforce for these guys, but at this point in the race, Ryan, it is constant traffic. There's a lot of cars out there. We haven't had many retirements, and they're spread absolutely everywhere. Just look at this going down towards turn 5.
Yeah, it's absolutely chaotic with some of these P2 cars having to get through lots of GT traffic, and you kind of get tempted coming up to a GT car to just throw it up the inside, but the downside is that's got a bit of a risk factor to it. If you do that, you can possibly risk ruining your race and also ruining a GT car's race. So sometimes it's always better to just play it safe, wait, and maybe lose 1 or 2 seconds, or 2 or 3 seconds rather, and still be in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a long race, and so preserving the car is of utmost importance to everybody, really, as we go on board with the Element Sim Racing Porsche right now. This is the Apex Racing Apex Racing GT, Apex Tech Racing GT, excuse me, in front of us right now. This is a GTE battle, I believe. Anyway, it's a GT3 car in front of us. That's not Apex Tech Racing at all, is it? Trying to get through at the moment. They're currently in 4th position as we see that some more pit stops going on. Satellite Racing finally coming in, Lorenzo.
Finally coming in, and Sai Anja will into the car. Of course, they have Adam Crane registered as well, so I think that Adam might have to do a few laps. But then again, the problem is Adam has a broken wheel. I don't think he's going to be able to drive. He's just acting more like a spotter engineer for the team. As we're watching Manuel Sundal fend off Max Riedmüller going into turn number 5 down the hill. They will go, and let's see if Riedmüller is trying to make the move on the inside.
Yeah, absolutely. This has just changed very recently, by the way, with 5-Star Motorsport being displaced from what is 3rd position up the inside into turn 9. The GTs hate it, but you do have to go for it in these prototypes, and towards turn 10 as well. Riedmüller is going to do well to get through on this Porsche, but with a lot lighter of a car, you can brake a little bit later, dive down the inside into this very flowing left-hander. Then around turn 11 as well. I guess it's turn 12 as well if you count the 2 previous corners as 2 corners. It's really 1, but trackmap says it's 2, so there we are. And these are the final 2 corners as well. Europe car and then Catalunya turns 13 and 14 to round off what is a 14 corner lap. Of which most are very high-speed corners indeed. It's a very go on.
I need to ask you this question. Is this layout the best layout?
Well, before this race, I would have said that I would have had the tighter turn 10, and then the kind of, I know it's a clumsy turn 11, the second left-hander there, but because I thought there was just going to be absolutely no overtaking at all, but it turns out that the racing in the final sector I've been very impressed with, so you might be able to sway me now towards this layout, but before the race I certainly would have gone with the tighter turn 10. I know you're a fan of this layout though.
Yes, and I'll defend it with all my heart.
Yeah.
Just needed to know.
Okay, fair enough. Ryan, which I couldn't quite grasp which you would prefer out of all the layouts. What final sector design would you prefer?
I'm going with Lorenzo. I prefer the old Grand Prix layout without that silly Mickey Mouse chicane. Just because there's a lot more room for GT cars to get lapped, and I think with the other layout with that chicane and the hairpin, I think it just would have been a lot more chaos. But this old layout that we're using is definitely my favourite, so I'm backing Lorenzo. It's
certainly not nicer to drive, I will give you that. It's much more flowing, a lot less clumsy. And so yeah, I can see the drivers definitely more enjoying it.
Yeah, I mean, I know why they made that hideous chicane, and if you talk to an engineer, it makes a whole lot of sense. I have one of my friends is a Porsche Cup racing engineer, and he told me like the reasons why they made it, and it, like mechanically it's sound, and I understand. But for us viewers and racing fans, no, nuke that chicane, race it out of existence, and put back the old Europe car, which is the thing the fans want, even though it is a deadly era, of course.
Yeah, it is indeed. There's a pass for 4th place in GT3, I believe, with Impulse Racing getting through. Hendrik Augustin making his way up the order. Had a decent run out in the IVRA GT Sprint Series last week. I think getting a few good... Well, he did a good recovery drive in race 1, we'll put it that way, after an early problem. Managed to fight his way back through the field quite nicely, and he's fighting his way through the field once again here today. 4th place in GT3 as we go back to the 5-Star Motorsport LMP2. After being passed by RSO, they've not really been able to reply over the last few moments, unfortunately, here at Lorenzo, so the gap just extends between the two of them, but 5-Star currently consolidating 4th place by the looks of things.
Yeah, and I was talking about Peter about this, is the fact that a good portion of those LMPs, while trying to fight for position, they're getting the cars in the wrong spots, or the worst spots possible. So let's just say the last corner going to Catalunya, you can lose 0.3 of a second to 0.4 of a second how you approach the corner, and what happens is that Sudal is on a whole nother level, and he's clearing the traffic very quickly, and basically cutting that time off and even gaining ground on Riedmüller. But the thing is, on one corner is just as damaging as you can think of, because you're trying to get the car on the apex.
Yeah, absolutely. I do actually have a question for you, Lorenzo. By the way, I don't know if you'll have the answer to it though, as we see this battle for 9th position.
Surely
now,
not, but I'll try.
Yeah, we can at least pass it on to somebody who will have the answer. As we know, half points are awarded at half distance here in these races. As we'll get to that point in about 30 laps time roughly, but our points going to be awarded on lap 109 or 110 because we've got an odd number of laps here today. So which lap is that going to be?
Oh, no, good question. Let me see if there is anything on the rule book. Apparently not.
Because the Red Bull Ring, the last round we did, it was an even number of laps, so it was simple maths to work out, but a little bit of an added complication this time around.
Yeah, it doesn't say anything about the rule book, like in our rule book career of when it will get awarded, but it's gonna be an interesting one. We do expect to be right around lap 110 because you're going over the 50% quota right about one lap 109 to 110. Oh, thank you, Casper the Court. Thank you so much. He listened to our voices. His lap 110.
Thank you. Yes, that is very useful information indeed. So in about 24 laps time, we're going to be seeing points awarded, half points, do you understand? So nothing completely race changing is going to happen, but it will set the tone for what we'll see at the end of this one. I'm thinking with regards to Apex Tech Racing and LMP2, etc., with Pure Sims and Impulse picking up either 50 or 45 points by the looks of things, considering they're 1-2 at the moment. They're going to be getting a lot of points, with Apex Tech Racing probably about 10, which is going to be really damaging for them. But their whole championship lead is going to be wiped away pretty much here, Ryan. So it's going to set the tone for what we're going to see a little bit later on. The damage is not completely done in terms of their championship. They can get a yellow at the right point and get back towards the front. However, it's going to set them back certainly, and they might well lose the championship lead by half distance in this race.
Yeah, it's quite possible. I mean, they've not had any yellows so far in this race, so I think if this race goes, hopefully I don't jinx it, but if it does go yellow free,
Jinxed it already. Just go.
Yeah, hopefully they've just basically got to keep going and hope for the best and try and salvage as many points as possible in for the championship.
They've got to do their best at this point, but they're fighting a losing battle as things stand, but a long way to go in this race.
I think the best example I can name is, like, even though you're in the back, you can still have a fighting chance, and of course, I want to bring back the fact that the VRS satellite on race 1, I think they were more jinxed than Bull Albert and Rallycross nowadays. I had to say it, sorry Bull, but I had to bring it up. It's the fact that they pretty much had incidents the entire race, and I think they were right outside the top 5. I think they were 7th by the way we went into the half of the race, and they managed to get within the top 3 or nearby the top 3. I think it was P4. I think just right outside Delta Sport. They are in top 3 just because of, being able to claw back after situations.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They've not had any outstanding, no-issue performances in either of the races so far, but they have solidly picked up points, which is exactly what you need to do. And Syandra is trying to continue to do that as he is chasing down Apex Tech Racing right now. And yeah, that is an interesting point as well, with Chris Barrett currently inside the top 10. It does depend on, and there he is just in the rear camera shot of Michael Goff right now, trying to get through on Phoenix Racing Esports. We're on board with the 13 championship leaders, but out of position here, Ryan. They're going to pit very shortly. However, can they make it to lap 110 without a pit stop coming up? Yes, they can. If everybody else has to pit in the next few moments, if everybody else has to pit before halfway, then they are going to be at least in the top 10 by the time they pick up points. So that could, the way the pit stop cycle has worked, because they made an early pit stop, the way it's worked, it could play into their hands. But as we mentioned, they are fighting a losing battle, and they were pushing as hard as possible coming into the pit lane on that occasion.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, sorry, Lorenzo.
No, I was just gonna say, if our can get a replay of how close that Apex Tech Racing was towards the inside tire barrier, talking about going as fast as possible, you guys are gonna see really, really close the limits of how you can push into the pit lane.
Yeah, here it is, Ryan. They're up against it, and they were nearly up against the wall here in the last few moments.
Yeah, they pretty much were close to the wall, and we're looking at a replay now from Chris Barrett's onboard, and I think he just didn't want to lose too much time, and he carries loads of speed on the pit exit, and he just about came close to clipping the inside wall. That was a heart and mouth moment.
It was. That's the sign of a man who's practiced his pit entries, though. I've got to say, he definitely looked like he knew what he was doing going towards that pit entry there. And yeah, makes it in all fine, and that is another advantage